Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of y'all. If y'all can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me or things are looking kind of bad on the screen, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early. All right. I'm going to shout out everybody that's in here early. Shout out to Mina Jean. Y'all know what to do. Make sure y'all throw some radiation emoji and some like enforcers in the chat for Mina Jean, enforcing them likes early. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Good to see you as always, Miss Nisi. We got Lewis Knowles in the building. Shout out to Lewis Knowles. My man AB Promotion is in the house. Shout out to my man AB Promotion. Shout out to my man Lehman Lucas. Yo, make sure y'all show Lehman Lucas some love because Lehman Lucas is the reason why y'all got that big bag cats and dogs drop. So make sure y'all show Lehman Lucas some big love. You know what I'm saying? Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man DC Precise. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to Tori and Rain. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you as always. Shout out to Tedra. Good to see you, Tedra. Shout out to SD Johnson. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to my man Carlton Way. What's good with you, bro? And shout out to Sybil. All right. It's good to see each and every one of y'all. All right. So we're going to talk about how the Hurricanes have become the new C-19. The Hurricanes have become the new C-19. Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton have become the new C-19. It's the new political topic. It's the new thing that all these politicians are going to be focusing their campaign on as we wrap up with this nonsensical election cycle. We got to just put it out there, man. All these guys are clowns. The 2024 election is a complete circus. It's a clown show. You know what I'm saying? It is a clown show for real. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with you, bro? Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Throw some radiation emoji, some ducks, like enforcers, membership emoji in the chat for my man, Lloyd Sky 9, standing on business for 20 months. All right? Make sure y'all show him some love. Let me see if I can find these drops real quick. Oh, yeah, we got them. Here they go.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to you, bro. I know my man Lloyd Sky 9 is enjoying some good crypto gains because the meme coins, bro. You know what I'm saying? If y'all holding some MOG, you know, if y'all holding some bonk, if y'all holding some Peppy, your wallet is looking nice right now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Val and shout out to Carla, the Trouble Mints. What's good with y'all? Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. Yo, I appreciate it, man. Look, Lloyd ain't even been around in a minute, man. Lloyd Sky 9 has not been around in a minute. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. He is in here to be able to enjoy this. Y'all already know we got the yellow chat on the board. Get your cutlery. Get your silverware. Get your cutlery and get your silverware because it's time to eat. We about to eat. We about to eat good. You know what I'm saying?
In Springfield,
Push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they heat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a gone, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. The cat.
Drop that cat.
Hey, that's about the best thing we're gonna get out this election. Y'all agree? If y'all agree, let me know. Shout out to my man AB Promotion. Make sure y'all show AB Promotion some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AB Promotions funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Did the drop play? We doing that now.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
All right, if the drop didn't play, y'all got it twice. Shout out to AB. AB said, no Jerry curl, no Kane, you can't see that I'm a motherland PIMP. Facts. Big facts. Shout out to Val. Make sure y'all show Val some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Val for funding the organization.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, bitch!
Definitely appreciate you, Val. And shout out to Carla. We got the back-to-back. Make sure y'all show Carla some love for funding the organization.
Cash rules everything around me. Bring it the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Definitely appreciate you, Val. And shout out to Retro Gemini. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you in here. All right. So we about to talk about a couple things. I got a little bit of content lined up for y'all today because there's a lot going on and I haven't had a chance to, you know what I'm saying, stream or really be too active. So it's some important points that I want to try to hit. All right. We're going to get into this hurricanes being political thing. But they got this on here, right? Kamala Harris appears distracted during Hurricane Milton briefing, hides her mouth to tell someone it's a live broadcast. Well, I mean, if she's live and she's telling somebody, yo, this is live, I don't think that she was distracted, right? Now, you know, me saying this, right? People be like, oh, he's supporting Kamala, you know, because that's just what it is, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Kamala supporter. No, what I say in the beginning, all these people are clowns. And this just proves that they're clowns because what do this have to do with any type of policy? Nothing at all. And the reason why is because there is no substantive policy. And we're going to actually talk about Trump because, you know what I'm saying? Like Trump's biggest talking point is the border. But I want to show y'all something that he came out and did and made a very strong statement about. But that's going to come later in the stream. Shout out to Sybil. Make sure y'all show Sybil some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat. And y'all already know, get your forks, get your knives, get your plates, get in line, turn the burners on. Time to eat.
In Springfield,
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
the cat.
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball.
The cat.
I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter.
Eating the dog.
Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit where they said Hello Kitty. But it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipping at? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they hate the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
The cat.
Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to Sybil. I appreciate you. Definitely appreciate you. Torian said when you Torian said when you say later in the stream, do you mean at 4 p.m.? Nah, hopefully by 4 p.m. we'll have another stream popping off. Hopefully we'll see. I'm gonna try to get through this one. Real quick because there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. They've been talking about cloud seeding. Now, you guys know I talked about cloud seeding like 2-3 years ago. So we're gonna kind of go over that a little bit as well. And then it's just all kinds of silliness, man. One thing that people are gonna have to understand. Let me know if y'all agree. When it comes to the mainstream media and when it comes to elections and when it comes to politics, people are going to have to look elsewhere for policy discussions. You are not going to get an accurate picture of what it is that you're voting for from the mainstream media. And to be 100% honest, you're not even going to get it from social media. You're not going to get it from social media. The only thing that you're going to hear is ridiculous comparisons, things that have nothing to do with what's actually going on. And unfortunately, if you're part of us, just nothing but a bunch of nonsense and shaming. That's it. You're not voting for Kamala Harris. You're a shame. You're a shame. You know what I mean? Nobody's listening to that. Nobody cares. None of us are shame sensitive anymore. We're going to do what we're going to do regardless. Right? So my thing is I would encourage people to compare notes with your peers, people that you respect. Don't go to echo chambers and have your discussions. Now, I'm not saying to not pay attention to the news that you like, but discuss these things with your peers. You're not going to get accurate policy information from the mainstream media. You're not going to get accurate policy information from people who are too heavily aligned with one side or the other. Their only interest is to get you to vote in the way that they vote, regardless if it's for your greater good or not. That's it. Because that's the way that they're programmed. All right. I've seen so many videos recently that's just come out and just saying ridiculous stuff that has nothing to do with anything that's going on at all. Nothing fact-based, no citations, no articles up while the content is being discussed. And it makes sense why people make such bad political decisions. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense. It's like this article here from the New York Post. Kamala Harris appears distracted during Hurricane Milton briefing, hides her mouth to tell someone it's a live broadcast. So again, if she knew she was live, I mean, how distracted was she? Clearly, the person who was talking to her, who she was trying to communicate that it's a live broadcast to, that person must have either been distracted or didn't know what the situation was, because she had to tell them, hey, we're live. Despite any of that, whether my take about that is correct or not, who cares? Is this giving us a reason why we should vote for Kamala Harris? No. Is this giving us a reason why we should vote for Trump? No. It's not. It's not. And what you will find is that is what most of the media is doing. Shout out to Tarek. What's good with it, bro? So let's check this out.
Alafaya River, the Peace River, some of these type of traditional places that could flood. We really got to watch those areas and those communities. So it takes quite a while for that water to drain.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Ken, I have a question for you. You mentioned words matter, and I know there's a lot of media following this briefing. So there have been we've gone from a Cat 5 to a Cat 4, and the language that a lot of folks have been using is downgrade. But it sounds like you're cautioning us that may communicate a sense that the danger is lessened when in fact it's not.
All right, so we're going to actually talk about that later, all right? So now here it says, in a clumsy attempt to be discreet. And I don't think, again, this, it is what it is. I don't think that this is anything special, right? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Vice President Kamala Harris was caught on a hot mic and video Wednesday telling someone that the Hurricane Milton briefing she was in the middle of was a live broadcast. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is this going to make you vote one way or the other? Is this going to make you like Kamala Harris more or not like her more? No, it's not. This is useless, wasteful media. You know what I'm saying? As National Weather Service Director Ken Graham warned of the potentially devastating flooding that could result from the major hurricane's landfall, Harris, who was taking part in a briefing over video, appeared to become distracted by something behind the camera. And again, if she was distracted, she wouldn't have told the person this is a live broadcast, either implying I can't deal with you right now, or you're distracting me. I'm trying to pay attention to this. But again, this is just miraculous. The New York Post has to see this. Here's all your information. Now make your decision on who you're going to vote for. This is dumb. But what's crazy about it is that the things that we point out about Kamala Harris are not dumb. The things that we point out about Kamala Harris are real. The things that we point out about Kamala Harris are fact-based and policy-based. Not just, look, she whispered during a Zoom meeting. Let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all have ever whispered during a Zoom meeting or been distracted or turned your camera off? This is nothing. You know what I'm saying? But again, I don't know what this is for. I don't know what this is for. I'll tell you what the New York Post should have reported on, and this is something that we're going to talk about later. We're going to talk about the World Bank attempting to free up money for Lebanon, which means that Lebanon is going to get even more money. They're going to get the money that Kamala Harris already promised to them, and they're going to get extra money from the World Bank. So here's my question for you guys. If the World Bank is giving Lebanon money, why do we have to give them money? And here's the even better thought. If we do so much for the world, and we have been allegedly doing so much for the world this entire time this alleged great country has been in existence, why is it that when we have a natural disaster, there's no money bags, there's no humanitarian aid, there's no nothing? When are people going to start paying us? The United States takes our tax money and gives it to everyone. And what's interesting about it is that all these other places in the world, they tax their citizens as well. When have they given us any money? When have they ever come to our aid? That's the question for you guys. Let me know. The vice president, in a moment that some on social media likened to a scene from HBO's Veep, awkwardly raised her hands up to her chin and slowly concealed half her face, including her mouth, with her palms and fingers. It's a live broadcast, Harris barked, with her mouth still shielded behind her hands. Graham wrapped up his portion of the briefing seconds after the bizarre moment. Now, here's my question. Was it really that bizarre? You know what I'm saying? Was it really that bizarre? And I got to agree with SD. And I got to agree with Retro. Apparently, asking real questions is now called misinformation. Yeah. Pierre, what was her name? Karine Jean-Pierre. She said that. We're going to be talking about her a little bit later on. Yeah. And now here's the question, right? Because that's all I do is ask questions. How can a question be misinformation? It's a question. That means that it requires an answer, right? Which means that you haven't made a statement of fact. You've simply just asked a question. How is that misinformation? Somebody make it make sense. But that's what they're saying. And shout out to SD Johnson. SD Johnson says they're too busy 304ing the United States. Yeah, super facts. Super facts. Shout out to Katsy. And shout out to my man DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man DSB standing on business. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. All right. So now here it says, but Harris seemingly showing that she was paying attention, quickly asked a follow-up question before President Biden, who attended the briefing in person, could move on to the next official. Hey, Ken, I have a question for you. Harris chimed in. And we just saw this, so we don't need to go through it. And then that's the end of the article, because it wasn't really much to this article. You know what I'm saying? It's just, oh, look, she made a motion during a Zoom meeting. It'd be different if she got caught on the hot mic saying something wild like Joey Reid. You know what I'm saying? But she didn't. You know what I'm saying? She didn't. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Make sure y'all show Miss Nisi some love. Definitely appreciate y'all. Miss Nisi been a member for 13 months. Make sure y'all show Miss Niecy some big love for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Look, everybody membership flexing right now. Everybody membership flexing. Shout out to the members. Make sure y'all show Val some love for standing on business for 26 months. Definitely appreciate you, Val.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to Carla. Make sure y'all show Carla some love. Membership flexing, been a member for 25 months. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show Val show Carla some love. Y'all know what to do.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
And shout out to Katsy for being a member for 24 months. Look at the OGs. The OGs coming out. The OGs coming out to paint.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to my man Yoshi Mori. What's good with it, Yoshi? Yo, I know you've been hitting them meme coins. I know you've been hitting them, bro. Make sure y'all show Yoshi Mori some love for 25 months of support. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
And shout out to my man Torian Rain for being a member for 20 months. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show Torian some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, some membership emoji in the chat for Torian.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Now, check this out. Kamala Harris made a call into CNN. How many people saw this? If you guys saw this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not see this, give me a thumbs down. She made a call into CNN. And in this call that she made into CNN, she says Trump's hurricane comments are dangerous. Now, let me ask y'all this question. What has Trump said about the hurricane that's quote unquote dangerous, other than, I guess, right, the alleged FEMA quote unquote misinformation, which is not actually misinformation? Shout out to Marvin C. What's good with it, bro? What has he actually said that is dangerous? There's dangerous hurricane talk going around that Kamala Harris had to call into CNN and correct. Vice President Harris called into CNN on Wednesday to talk about Hurricane Milton as it approaches Florida, bashing former President Trump for his comments, there it is, about the federal government's response to the latest storms. Now, here goes my question. Why hasn't she responded to any of those social media content creators who are down there? What do you guys think about that? Because there's people who are on the ground there who are substantiating a lot of the claims about FEMA not being effective for emergency management down there. Shout out to Marvin C. Marvin C said Trump's words were more dangerous than the hurricane itself and that disastrous recovery. Right. Shout out to my man We Next, aka DSB. Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love for funding the organization and growing the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you. All right. So now here it says it's dangerous, it's unconscionable, frankly, that anyone who considers themselves a leader. Now check this out. Remember this. Anyone who considers themselves a leader. This is going to tell you exactly why she said this. All right. Because there's a method to her madness, at least the campaign madness. Aside from the campaign, I can't justify it. I can't tell you. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous and unconscionable, frankly, that anyone who considers themselves a leader would mislead desperate people to the point that these desperate people would not receive the aid to which they are entitled, Harris told CNN's Dana Bash. So how is this happening? Mislead desperate people to the point that those desperate people would not receive the aid to which they are entitled. How would that happen? How is that going to happen from anything that Trump said? Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. What's good with you, bro? We all know it's dangerous and the gamemanship has to stop, she continued. At some point, the politics has to end, especially in a moment of crisis. Harris added, the last thing they deserve is to have a quote-unquote so-called leader make them more afraid than they already are. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why would Kamala Harris come with this, right, and try to quote-unquote attempt to attack the leadership of Trump? There's a strategic reason why she's doing this, all right? And we're going to show you why. I'm going to give you a hint. It's the same reason why she went down to the southern border, all right? Trump has amplified claims that the government is diverting disaster response funds to aid migrants and has shared other untrue claims. So again, they're saying that this is an untrue claim, including that those impacted by Hurricane Helene are only receiving $750 in assistance and that there are no helicopters to rescue people in North Carolina after the storm. They're saying that that's a false claim. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. All right. Harris on CNN said she had spoken with local officials who are trying to combat misinformation and said she doesn't know if they are Republican or Democrat. Come on. Like, you can't make this up. Let's let the folks who are on the ground do the work they need to do right now in real time, she said. It's about assisting with the evacuation, getting the correct information out, battling the misinformation, and putting in place the resources that can hopefully mitigate against predictable damage. All right. So now here's the thing, right? We talked about this on Undocumented. Shout out to the people that are subscribed to Undocumented. What is FEMA for? Somebody in the comment section, give me the reason why FEMA was created and what FEMA is for. FEMA is for a specific purpose, allegedly. Right? Now, is it true or false? Money from FEMA did indeed go to the migrant crisis. That is a true statement. Shout out to Torian. Right. FEMA is for emergencies. Shout out to Retro Gemini 99. Emergency natural disasters. Facts. Shout out to Windows and Rug. Resource extraction. Facts. You know what I'm saying? If you look up the definition of FEMA, or even if you go to the FEMA website, it will tell you this. There is nothing on the FEMA website about why any money that goes into FEMA should go towards any support of migrants. There is nothing there that says that, right? So that means that there's no cost centers or no money allocation of money that has been put into FEMA that should go for disasters. I mean, that should go for migrants. None whatsoever. That should come from a different cost center, a different department, whatever, however they categorize it, right? But they got it where they took money from FEMA to provide to the migrant crisis. This is a fact. Another thing that's a fact is that Alejandro Mayorkas said that there was no money left in FEMA. He said the FEMA funds are very limited, right? So they don't get me with misinformation. We're going to pull up an article real quick to substantiate that. Because, you know, truth doesn't matter anymore. It's 2024. You know what I'm saying? Don't matter. FEMA is running out of funding. DHS Secretary Mayorkas warns. Okay, we'll be getting into that a little bit later. Now, I want to ask you guys your opinions. Why is FEMA running out of money? It shouldn't be. Now, here's another interesting thing. Another interesting thing is that more articles have come out from the mainstream media that have said FEMA is not running out of funding. So which one is it? It's just like Myron Gaines, right? Which one is it? Shout out to Mo Fax. Mo Fax said illegal immigration is a man-made disaster. Yeah, I would agree. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. All right, so we're going to pull this back up real quick. Hold on, my bad. All right. When asked if Congress should return to Washington to pass more funding for disaster relief, Harris responded, FEMA has what they need right now, referring to the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So, okay, if FEMA has what they need right now, then why is it that Alejandro Mayorkas literally said FEMA is running out of money? How does that work? You guys saw I just had the article up. Now, Kamala Harris is saying something completely different than what Alejandro Mayorkas is saying. So who's right? Alejandro Mayorkas or Kamala Harris, or do neither of them know what's going on? I would say neither of them probably know what's going on. She said the federal government expects Hurricane Milton to be catastrophic and deadly, and as we can see, and as we'll see later, it is. The life-threatening hurricane is expected to make landfall Wednesday evening, and officials have called for mass evacuations. Harris has not made an impromptu call into major news networks since becoming the Democratic nominee for president. She also called into the Weather Channel on Wednesday. The vice president is currently on a media blitz in New York, where she participated in interviews with ABC's The View, radio host Howard Stern, and Late Night with Stephen Colbert on Tuesday. And we're going to be talking about that Late Night with Stephen Colbert. President Biden earlier Wednesday called out Trump, as well as Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, for spreading what he called irresponsible and beyond ridiculous claims about the hurricanes. Greene wrote on the social platform X that, yes, they can control the weather last week when states were dealing with the damage from Hurricane Helene, which hit the southeastern U.S. late last month. That is a fact. They can control the weather. It is not a fact that they are trying to use the weather control to harm white people. That is not a fact. That is false. The Blaze is trying to push that, and we're going to talk about that later. But we've talked about cloud seeding. We've talked about low frequency and high frequency electromagnetic weapons. We've talked about HARP. We talked about all of that stuff. Nobody's targeting white people. Shout out to PD that remains. Sorry, white people. Nobody's targeting you. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene wants people to believe, and that's her constituency that she's talking to, right? So she's trying to get them riled up. You know what I'm saying? However, in this instance, the statement, yes, they can control the weather, I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say they can control it, but I would say that they can manipulate it, they can alter it, they can affect it, right? Now, mind you, they can control it, they can alter it, they can affect it. That is a true statement. That is a true statement coming from someone who denies the climate crisis, which is also weather modification by poor environmental industrial management. So how does that work? Shout out to Mr. King. In one instance, yes, they can control the weather. But then when we're talking about the climate crisis and how the weather can be modified, manipulated, and changed by negative environment management, it's fake. Somebody make it make sense. Which one is it? Is it real or is it fake? The White House and officials in impacted states have for days been trying to push back on misinformation surrounding the hurricane response. The Biden administration launched a fact sheet and a Reddit page intended to share facts about the response. Representative Chuck Edwards in North Carolina, a Republican who represents a district hit by Helene, posted a press release Tuesday debunking 8 myths about the storm response, including multiple claims shared by Trump. All right. So again, what is the misinformation that's been spread? What are we saying? Can somebody give me the list of what the alleged misinformation is? Or do you guys want to look at this alleged misinformation list? You guys want to look at this alleged misinformation list? Because I honestly haven't seen anything that I would consider misinformation. I don't know what they're saying is misinformation. Let me know if y'all want to look at it or not. I got it pulled up. Now, Torian said, you know what I'm saying, he ain't trying to do 4 o'clock, so we already 40 minutes in and we got a lot to go. You know what I'm saying? So tap, sue it. Shout out to Lewis. All right, bet. So we're just going to take a look at the myths, all right? Hurricane Helene was not geoengineered by the government to seize and access lithium deposits in Chimney Rock. All I've heard is that there are lithium deposits in Chimney Rock. I didn't hear any misinformation or anything like that claiming that the government, quote unquote, geoengineered the hurricanes. I didn't hear anything like that. This here says nobody can control the weather. Again, we're talking about control. Control and manipulation are 2 different things. The weather can indeed be manipulated. The weather can be modified. All you got to do is just look up weather modification. Look it up. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to deflect away from this by calling it control. Well, you just can't control the weather. You can manipulate it. I mean, by that instance, we can't control our lives. We can only manipulate them, right? I mean, this is true, right? We can't control our lives. Something could happen to us tomorrow, internally or externally. It could happen to us in 2 seconds. I might not finish this broadcast, right? But I can manipulate my life through either nutrition or junk food, sedentary lifestyle or active lifestyle. I can manipulate my lifestyle to change it. So let's just eliminate the entire word control and say that everything is manipulation. So that way they can't take one little thing and say, hey, this is misinformation. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Okay. So now the next claim is local officials are not abandoning search and rescue efforts to bulldoze over Chimney Rock. I didn't hear about this. How many people heard about this? Number 3, FEMA is not stopping trucks or vehicles with donations, confiscating or seizing supplies, or otherwise turning away donations. The only thing that I heard about was that helicopter flight that got turned away, or they threatened to arrest him. I didn't hear like no widespread they turning stuff away. Oh, y'all heard all these? Okay, but y'all probably be on Twitter. I don't be on Twitter. So okay, all right. So they out there. All right. FEMA has not diverted disaster response funding to the border or foreign aid. Again, listen to how they explain this, all right? And I want you guys to let me know what you think about this explanation. Disaster response efforts and individual assistance are funded through the Disaster Relief Fund, which is a dedicated fund for disaster relief. FEMA's non-disaster related presence at the border has always been of major concern to me, even before Hurricane Helene, and I will continue to condemn their deployment of personnel to the southern border. But we must separate the two issues. Why? Why must we separate the two issues? It's literally resources coming from FEMA, so why do we need to separate it? Because you ask us to separate it so that it sounds better? I don't understand why we need to separate that. That's like if I said you stole my money, right? And I have my wallet on me, right? But you stole money from my coffee table. Well, you didn't steal the money out of my wallet, which technically means that you didn't steal from me, because the money that was in my wallet is my money, and the money that was on the coffee table is on the coffee table, and those are two separate things. We got to look at them as different. It's my money. It's all under my control. It's all mine, and it wasn't yours, and you took it. That was FEMA's money. FEMA is created for a specific purpose, and the specific purpose is to deal with emergencies and disasters. The Biden administration has not treated the border like it was an emergency or a disaster until right up until the election. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now we got to go back and ask, at what point did the Biden administration decide to say the border situation is an emergency? When did the emergency happen? When did that happen? Shout out to Christopher Perkins. What's good with you, bro? Okay. So now, number 5, FEMA is not going to run out of money. Again, why aren't they? Okay, so FEMA's not running out of money, right? We got to pull this back up again. Right? We got to pull this back up again. So when is Alejandro Mayorkas going to get hit with misinformation? FEMA is running out of funding, DHS Secretary Mayorkas warns. No fact checks on Alejandro Mayorkas. They're not even really saying anything about this. Nobody's going in saying he caused mass hysteria with this as a result of him making this statement. Misinformation is out of control. There's not even any, there's not even any response or accountability for him making that statement if it was an incorrect statement, right? Because I don't know if that statement is correct or not. I don't have access to FEMA's books, right? But I know that he said that. And as a result of him saying that, it's been repeated in many different ways. And what the mainstream media and a lot of people are doing is taking the people who repeat what Alejandro Mayorkas, who is a government official, what he said, and then they're saying that the people who repeat what he said are spreading misinformation. How are they spreading misinformation when they literally got it out of the mouth of a government official? How are they doing that? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I got to agree with, if you guys agree with Katsy, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Katsy said it became an emergency when they realized that they were losing in the polls because of illegal immigration. Keep in mind how they react to what they're losing about. Okay? Keep in mind how they react to what they're losing about, because we're going to get into that when we get into that whole question of the leadership. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. So now here it says FEMA officials have repeatedly affirmed that the agency has enough money for immediate response and recovery needs over the next few months. Now, again, this is not what Alejandro Mayorkas said, right? Let me ask y'all this. What was Alejandro Mayorkas' exact words about the budget or the money, the financial situation with FEMA? What was his exact words? So now here, FEMA cannot seize your land. The FAA is not restricting access to airspace for Helene rescue and recovery operations. FEMA is not only providing $750 to disaster survivors to support recovery. All right. So these are the 8 quote unquote myths that have allegedly been debunked. Okay. And they've literally been debunked just by a sentence saying this isn't this isn't true. You know what I'm saying? That's the debunking. That's what we get. Remember how I asked you guys why Kamala Harris was attacking Trump's leadership? Did anybody have anything for me on that? Why is Kamala Harris attacking Trump's leadership? What do you guys think? She made an emergency phone call into CNN to attempt to discredit Trump's leadership. Why? What's the motivation behind that? There's a motivation behind that. She hasn't been to the border, you know what I'm saying, the entire time she's been vice president. She only went to the border when she's running to become the president. I don't really think that I've heard her say anything about Trump's leadership until now. Why is she saying something about Trump's leadership? Guys, got anybody got anything on it? Anybody got 5 on it? Why is she attacking Trump's leadership? It should be easy. Shout out to Volvo. What's good with it, Volvo? It should be easy. Shout out to Carla and Miss Nisi for enforcing the bots. Shout out to Lewis. Lewis says to try to get the blame off of their administration. Not a bad answer. Not a bad answer. Shout out to Volvo. Volvo says don't want to look weak. Not a bad answer. Not a bad answer. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy says she got obliterated. You need to start writing YouTube channels writing like that by DeSantis. So she turned her anger on Trump. Possibly. Shout out to Retro Gemini 99. She's deflecting from the mess up of her and the Biden administration. There you go. There you go. Shout out to AB Promotions because their leadership sucks. There you go. Shout out to Miss Nisi. There you go. She knows that she's losing. There you go. There you go. Now check this one out. She doing this. You know what I'm saying? That's just Kamala Harris doing like this.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
Now, you can't escape biology. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if Kamala Harris end up being the president, that's just going to be that. We just going to have to deal with that. We just going to have to deal with that. We're going to have to figure out a way to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Harris holds advantage on likability. Trump has leadership edge. And this is according to the Gallup poll. This is big, if you ask me. This is really big. This not only is this really big, this is really bad. That's really bad for Kamala Harris. The whole idea of being the president is to lead the country. Oh, we like you, Kamala. You know what I'm saying? But As far as you leading anything, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's what people are saying. I don't know how good that is. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's a good thing at all. Shout out to Miss Niecy. Make sure y'all show Miss Niecy some love. Please throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Miss Niecy. And if you're hungry, you know what I'm saying? We about to have some cat nuggets for y'all in a quick second.
In Springfield,
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Hey, that cat in the bottom right-hand corner, hey, that cat deserves a raise. That cat is the best background dancer in the video. You know what I'm saying? That cat in the back in the bottom right-hand corner, that bad boy trying to work for his paycheck. You know what I'm saying? He trying to work for his paycheck. I ain't mad at him. Oh, man. So, yeah, man, you know, people like Kamala Harris, but they feel that Trump has a better leadership edge. Now, here's the thing, right? With all of the things that Trump has an edge in, if you ask me, those are all things that people would override the things that Kamala Harris has the lead in and vote for him. Which means to me that when the election comes, I wouldn't be surprised to see some sudden jumps in the polling in favor of Trump. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, them cats be going hard in the paint. The big girl, she be trying too. You know, she run out of breath, so she only got like about 5 seconds, but she be doing her thing too, man. Big girl be putting it down. I ain't mad at her. Oh, man, let's check this out.
Vice President Kamala Harris is continuing her media blitzkrieg. First stop on Tuesday was the Howard Stern show. What did we learn? Well, not much other than she likes Doritos, Formula One, and also Prince.
So, and of course, listen, of course she likes Prince. She's a woman. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, what are we supposed to get out of that? What are we supposed to get out of any of that? I don't think that there's a woman on the planet that doesn't like Prince. Like, out of everything that she said, like that right there is the worst out of anything that she said. Like, it should just be assumed every woman likes Prince, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, that you don't even ask no question like that. You know what I'm saying? So why she would say that is beyond me. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Kamala, she be trying to do the little thing where she be trying to relate and all that. I don't even think like you really relating saying that you like Prince, because everybody, like all women like Prince. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that there's shout out to Cassie. Cassie said, no, I don't particularly like Prince. We got one. I think that 99.9999999% of women, Cassie being the exception. You know what I'm saying? I think most women like Prince. I don't think that that's important. I don't think she should have talked about that. I think she needs to talk about all of the areas where she's trailing Trump and explain why she feels that it's inaccurate that she's trailing Trump and convince the voters why I'm better than Trump in those areas. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. What do you all think that this interview did for Kamala Harris, if anything?
Artist formerly known as. On a more serious note, she discussed the death threats that she's received throughout her career. She says she, however, refuses to live in fear.
So when you went after gang members, I'm talking about people who traffic drugs and this and that kind of thing. Were you ever directly threatened by these people? They said, "Hey, you better just shut this down, or you're going to get it."
I've definitely had death threats.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't generally talk about them, but
Right.
yes.
Why don't you talk about them? Because you don't want to encourage any kind of nuts out there, or is it because it's just too hard to confront?
I refuse to live in fear of the bad guy.
Well, let me tell you something. To me, it sounds like if you don't talk about your death threats that you've had, if you don't want to talk, you got Secret Service protection. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody that has put a death threat on you that can get around your Secret Service protection in most cases. That tells me that you're still scared. I don't know if anybody in the comment section has had death threats. I hope that you guys haven't. Not only have I had death threats, I actually had it wasn't big, it was kind of small, you know what I'm saying? A hit put on me. You know what I'm saying? Guess what? I talked about it. I've talked about it before. Why? Because I'm not scared. You know what I'm saying? When you're not scared of something, it doesn't bother you to talk about it. It may not be comfortable to talk about it. You may not want to talk about it, but you talk about it. I don't know if Kamala Harris has ever actually had a hit put on her. I don't know if Kamala Harris has ever actually had a death threat other than, just like hate mail from social media or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? How many of you guys think that Kamala Harris has ever had a death threat put on, she's ever had a death threat? Like an actual death threat that was actual danger. I'm not talking about like people being trolls on social media and people talking crazy. I'm talking about like a death threat where like the sheriff's department or something actually called her like, yo, you're in active danger. Because when you get a death threat, if it's known or if law enforcement finds out somehow, or if it's from somebody that's in a prison like how mine was, yeah, the sheriff will call you if they get hold of that kite. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure with her, like, the U.S. Marshals or something, somebody who intercepted it would have told her. Especially being that she used to be a DA. I don't know. Sometimes I don't be believing these stories. You know what I'm saying?
She also touted her career as a prosecutor.
To me, you're the law and order candidate. And yet they try to paint you like you're some leftist who I don't know, who wants to have people running through the streets committing crimes. You were a prosecutor.
I have put a lot of people in jail. I have personally prosecuted everything from,
she was about to say nonviolent marijuana charges, and then she remembered that cue card. Hey, she was about to say nonviolent marijuana charges, and then she remembered that cue card. You know what I'm saying?
No, who wants to have people running through the streets committing crimes. You were a prosecutor.
I have put a lot of people in jail. I have personally prosecuted everything from, child sexual assault to homicides. And
Harris also made the claim that Trump is getting played by dictators.
Doesn't support our friend Ukraine. Doesn't support, therefore, something America should always, and has always, by the way, been a champion of, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity, which means the importance of standing against anyone who tries to take another nation by force.
This nation was taken by force. Listen, I saw some people on YouTube that said when they was talking about Hurricane Helene, this is the largest land grab in history. The entire country was a land grab. If those places in North Carolina, the square acreage or the square footage of those areas, if it's not larger than the United States, which it's not because it's contained by the United States, then it's not the largest land grab in history, because the United States isn't the largest land grab in history, and the entire United States was a land grab. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Getting played, and some would say, look, I grew up in the neighborhood. Some would say you're getting punked.
Yeah.
If you stand.
She says she grew up in the neighborhood. Some people would say that you getting punked. They would say that on MTV too, with Ashton Kutcher as the host, wouldn't they? Hey, they would say that on MTV with Ashton Kutcher as the host, wouldn't they? That don't come from no specific neighborhood. You was getting punked. And honestly, where you was getting punked come from, that comes from jail. What that means is that somebody that was there in jail forcefully bent you over. That term didn't come from the streets. That term came from the jail. That term came from the prison. Shout out to P. Morton. What's good with it, bro? So that place where you put all them people at, that's where that term came from. Am I lying? You know what I'm saying? Somebody tell me if I'm lying or not. Let me know.
Importance of standing against anyone who tries to take another nation by force. You're getting played, and some would say, look, I grew up in the neighborhood. Some would say you're getting punked.
Yeah.
If you stand in favor of somebody who's an adversary over your friends on principles that we all agree on. And you look at it, it's not only that. He says he's going to be a dictator on day one. Understand what dictators do. They jail journalists. They put people who are protesting in the street in jail.
You mean like how y'all trying to do him? Like how y'all trying to do Eric Adams? You know what I'm saying? Like how y'all finna do Julian Assange or Edward Snowden if they ever show their faces? You know what I'm saying? Like that? Okay. So now here it says Vice President Harris is deemed more likable than her Republican opponent by voters. So now let's ask this, right? Let's do some psychology here. If Kamala Harris is deemed more likable, yeah, Adams got sloppy. Adams was doing it Big Willie style. He was doing it Big Eric style. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about Eric Adams a little bit later, too. You know what I'm saying? They coming at my head, son. People resigning all over the place, B. They taking my staffers. You know what I'm saying? They taking my staffers. They took my jack, took the battery out. You know what I'm saying? They got me under pressure. You know what I'm saying? So what kind of people gonna vote for Kamala Harris if she's more likable? We like you. You got that pretty smile. You know what I'm saying? When your makeup is done right, you know what I'm saying? Like you glisten in the sun. We'll vote for that. Who's gonna vote for that? Because there are some people that's gonna vote for that. That likability is big. It just shouldn't be as big as it is if you're dealing with quote unquote logical, rational minded people. Hey, Eric Adams say he not resigning. He said, and I don't care what Kathy Hoke will say. I got more John Blaze stuff than that. I got more John Blaze than that. And Biden and Kamala Harris, they ain't recognizing. You know what I'm saying? This goes out to those that choose to use disrespectful views on the Mirror NY. You know what I'm saying? During C-19, Trump said, put bleach in your eye. That's the hip hop mayor. You know what I'm saying? You're nobody till somebody prosecutes you. I don't want to go to jail. That was Diddy saying that. I don't want to die. You know what I'm saying? That was Diddy saying that. Hey, y'all remember on the Ready to Die, right before the song Ready to Die, it was Diddy. And he was like, you got a red dot on your head. What's that red dot on your head? Oh, shit. How many times y'all think he said that when them indictments came out? How many of y'all think he said? Did y'all think he said that when them indictments came out? You got a letter in your mailbox. You got a letter in your mailbox. Oh, shit. Oh, man. So now here it says former President Trump has an edge over Harris when it comes to leadership qualities. A new survey found. If you ask me, that right there, that's the determinant right there. Hey, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said they made every black mayor the hip hop mayor. I didn't get a chance to talk about Brandon Johnson recently, but Brandon Johnson, man, he went full he went full dollar bill. He went full Players Club in that last press conference. I'm Brandon Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Chi-Town, Southside. Who y'all asking these questions for? You know what I'm saying? He went whole Bernie Mac in that last press conference. You gonna ask me the question? I think you're condescending out of line. You know what I'm saying? He went whole Southside Chicago Bernie Mac. Did y'all see that last press conference that Brandon Johnson did? Hold on now. Who you asking me this question for? He went whole Bernie Mac. You know what I'm saying? I think so. I forget who it was. I think it was one of his education coordinator or the superintendent of Chicago City Schools might have stepped down and he wasn't real happy about it. You know what I'm saying? And my man Anthony Bill, you know what I'm saying? He came up there. Anthony Bill came up there smooth like he always is, like, man, you know, man, Brandon Johnson ain't about nothing, man. He ain't about nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know how Anthony Bill do it. Brandon Johnson ain't about nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? He don't never listen to the people. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. If I get time, I don't know if I'm going to have time, man, because I got a lot of stuff I want to try to get through today. But if I get time, I'm going to pull it because I got a whole story about that. But I'm going to have to put that all back together. And if I got time, we're going to definitely go into it. So now here it says the polling, which was conducted by Gallup. And I guess we could look at this at some point. Hopefully we get a chance to. Time is limited these days. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to throw this back here real quick. Why is likability a scale? You know what I'm saying? Why is that even a thing? Why is that something that's being polled that people would actually vote for? Yeah, I ain't scared of y'all. Right. Shout out to Jay Fields. I'll tell you, he went whole dollar bill. You know what I'm saying? So the polling conducted by Gallup found that 60% of respondents say that Harris is likable compared to 38% who said the same about Trump. Now, the thing is that here's the dynamic with the quote unquote likability, right? Most people don't really like people that are good leaders. You kind of gotta have a little bit of unlikability to actually be a good leader, because you don't want to be liked. You don't want to be liked. You want to be respected and you want to be listened to. And when you deliver orders or when you deliver directives, you want to be respected and you want to have those things carried out. So it's not going to be really about, oh, you know, I'm nice, I'm going to give you a smile every time. It's like, nah, this is what I said, go do it. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a better leader, you may not always score well on the likability side. You kind of have to have that dislikability for people to actually be able to kind of follow the direction that you give them. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Miss Butterscotch. What's good with it? Pete Morton said Trump loses 20 points for diaper leakage. Yo, if Trump lose 20 points for diaper leakage, how much did you score Biden for with the diaper leakage? You know what I'm saying? I heard that Joe Biden started getting, he was messing up so many diapers. I heard he started getting his diapers from Brandon Jamal. You know what I'm saying? I heard that when Biden heard about this,
you let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom.
He went up to Brandon Jamal and told him,
"You ain't black,
but can I get a diaper?" he said, "You ain't black. Make it brief." Make it brief. Brandon Jamal probably said, "Make it brief." You mean like make it quick? No, make it brief. Like one of the ones that fit on my old ass. You know what I'm saying? So now here it said The vice president also ranks higher on quote unquote strong moral character, being honest and trustworthy and caring about the needs of everyday people. More people would say they would be proud to have Harris as their president than Trump, according to the survey. Trump, however, ranks higher on the leadership qualities needed to be commander-in-chief. And this is what I said. You would think that would make the determinant, right? Like that would make the decision. Why is that not making the decision? You know what I'm saying? Nearly 60% of respondents said the GOP presidential nominee is a strong, decisive leader, compared to 48% of voters who said the same about Harris. Roughly 61% of respondents say the former president can, quote unquote, get things done, compared to 49% who said the Democratic nominee can, the data shows. Okay? The survey also found that over the course of Trump's 3 presidential candidates, 2016, 2020, and now 2024, he has improved on nearly all issues among voters. Okay? Now, let me ask you guys this question. Let's look at the first steps, right? Let's look at the first steps. Trump chose J.D. Vance as his vice president. Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz as her vice president. In regards to the candidacy, who has been a more effective vice president? J.D. Vance or Tim Walz? Let me know what you guys think. And shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? Yeah. Tedra said that's the only time you could say that Biden was dependable, when he had on Depends. Yo, facts. That's the only time that he was dependable, was when he had on Depends. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said JD. I would agree with Cameron. Cassie need the question repeated. Who do you think, in terms of candidacy, right, in terms of their campaign, who's a more effective pick for vice president? Like, if we're looking at what these two are doing now, we're looking at the actions of Trump and the actions of Kamala Harris during their campaign, and saying if they make good decisions in their campaign, they'll make good decisions going forward, or at least better decisions going forward, right? Was J.D. Vance a more effective pick for Trump, or was Tim Walz a more effective pick? Shout out to AW1. What's good with you, bro? Yeah. Everybody that's saying J.D. Vance, I would agree 100%. I would agree 100%. And what's interesting about J.D. Vance and Trump is they're not really like, you don't really see them paired either. They're working independent of each other, but they're more coordinated working independent than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are holding hands. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, shout out, and that's why I call J.D. Vance the sharpshooter. I agree with this, AB. He's able to articulate Trump's points better than Trump. Yeah. And I would say that J.D. Vance has the right type of aggression to be able to Trump, like J.D. Vance is almost not just a vice president for Trump, but he almost works as a public relations / alternative media for Trump in a way. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with everything that J.D. Vance says, but as far as job performance for what he was hired to do for Trump, I think that I don't think that Trump thought that J.D. Vance was going to do as good as he did. I think that J.D. Vance, in terms of being Trump's vice president, I think he does a good job of what he was hired to do. When do we see any videos of Tim Walz? If you look at the videos of like all of the clips, all of the media, the interviews, any of that stuff, where is any videos of Tim Walz? J.D. Vance is all over the videos. There's videos all over J.D. Vance. He all over the place. Holding it down too. You know what I'm saying? There's not even any videos of Tim Walz doing anything. Oh, sorry to hear that, Shamika. So I think Trump got his money worth with JD. You know what I'm saying? I think that I don't think that Kamala Harris I don't think that was a good pick, Tim Walz. You know what I'm saying? I think that guy Shapiro probably would have been a better pick, but for whatever reason, she didn't pick him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And shout out to Ms. Nisi. I would agree with that. However, in a situation where your adversary does not like to be on TV, that don't hurt, right? You know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris avoids the TV. JD Vance likes to be on TV. That's like if you don't have a right cross for somebody that they knockout punch is a left hook. You know what I'm saying? So they got her in all the weak spots. Trump and JD like being on TV. Kamala Harris not so much. That's not good when your campaign is really based on exposure. You know what I mean? Right. And shout out to Cameron. Cameron said he had to not outshine her, which was hard to find. Yeah. I agree. I would say in some instances, JD Vance outshines Trump. You know what I'm saying? As far as his performance in front of the camera, I would say JD Vance outshines Trump a lot. You know what I'm saying? I think he puts on a better performance. Trump can get kind of wild. JD Vance, he keep it kind of right where it needs to be. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Harris and Trump are nearly tied among voters on a few issues. They each score 51% support among voters when asked if they can manage the government effectively. Trump scores 1 point higher, 52, to Harris's 51, when asked who would best display good judgment during a crisis. And we're looking at the crisis, right? Now, in this crisis, who do you think displayed the best judgment? Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out to Cameron. Trump doesn't feel threatened, and JD is on code with Trump's message. Yeah, facts. And I think that right there is why Trump picked him, because I think if JD was a little bit more ambitious, Trump would have been like, nah, nope. Cameron says, how can both score above 50? Because we do Common Core math now. We don't do actual math anymore. You know what I'm saying? While voters in both sides of the aisle had a more favorable view of their own party's nominee, Democrats seemed more confident in their answers around Harris than Republicans did of Trump. Gallup noted between 85 and 95% of Democrats say each characteristic applies to the vice president. While Trump's support among Republicans is still high, he ranks lower on being honest, having strong moral character, and being likable. All right. According to the Hill Decision Desk HQ, Harris has a 3% lead over Trump based on an aggregation of polls. The Gallup survey was conducted September 16th through 28th following the presidential debate among 1,023 adults. It has a margin of error of 4 percentage points. All right. So basically, none of these scores, except for the big ones, the likability and all of that, none of those scores were, greater than +4. So basically, these little 1-2% edges that Harris has, it really can't be determined because the lead spreads are within the margin of error. Okay. The lead spreads are within the margin of error. So as a result of the lead spreads being in the margin of error, here is where we are right now. Democrats start to hit the panic button. What does that mean? More indictments? What does that mean? What does Democrats start to hit the panic button mean? Now, if you listen to certain people on YouTube, right, you see that this article is coming from the Hill. I didn't take this information. This is from a Gallup survey and all of this, right? These people will be upset for talking about this information because you're not supposed to analyze anything. You're only supposed to listen to what these people say, right? Yeah, shout out to SD Johnson. They're folding. They're scared. They scared. You know what I'm saying? They scared. DC Precise says that Walls reminds him of Chris Farley. Doing that, I live in a van down by the river. If you remember that SNL skit. Actually, I remember that SNL skit, bro. Chris Farley was hilarious. Tim Walls, a fat guy in a little coat. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Kamala Harris is in the midst of a media blitz. She did 60 Minutes on Sunday. Today, she's got interviews with The View, Colbert Report, Howard Stern. She's done podcasts. She was on the Call Her Daddy podcast. Shout out Daddy Gang. And she's also...
Why did Kamala Harris, why did she go there? Listen, they had a good title for the episode that she was on. I forget what it was called. It was called something like fours and fives got to be able to perform like gold medal gymnasts in the bed or something crazy like that, which, as you guys know, I agree with, right? But they didn't really talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Look, listen, it's a lot of stuff, right? Kamala Harris ain't following through on. She's not following through talking about policy. You're going to go on a ratchet podcast. You didn't talk about anything ratchet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why she went on there. You know what I'm saying? But, hey, you going to go, okay, I'm game. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, whatever. They didn't even talk about nothing ratchet. Shout out to Lavanya. What's good with it? I guess what she's trying to say is that she don't know how. Is she saying that she don't know how? She don't know what that 4 or 5 life is like. I can see that. She could say, I don't know what it's like to be a 4 or 5. I ain't really had to like do that suicide. I had to throw it back like suicide. I had to throw it back like I was trying to crash it into a building. Okay, all right, I give you that. I give you that. But if you didn't talk about nothing ratchet and you didn't talk about no politics, like you didn't talk about anything, like anybody that watched that, you just got robbed for the most part. Just like Biggie them said. Diddy probably hearing that all the time. You've been robbed. Player hater. Lay on the floor. No oil, no more. You've been robbed.
Also has a Univision town hall scheduled for Thursday. People were clamoring. She's got to do more interviews. She's got to be off script more. What are the reviews that are coming in so far on these interviews?
Yeah, certainly. I think, from sort of the DC bubble, I think there's this sort of frustration maybe that she's not doing more traditional media. She's not answering, quote unquote, tough questions about her agenda, her policy proposals, what she might do in office if she's elected. But from the Harris campaign's perspective, this is exactly what they want to be doing.
Shout out to Carlton. I disagree. Hey, I disagree. Carlton said it sounds like a podcast for the modern woman. Nah, heck nah. Nah, because see, look, check this out, right? Listen, feel me on this. If there was a modern woman, I think that surgery can enhance you from being a 4 or a 5 to being that, 7, 8, 9. So I don't think that there's many. There might be some, right? But I don't think that there's many modern women who are at the 4 or 5 level. But because of modern women, I think that 4 or 5s, depending on where their strengths is at, I think that they got access to a larger amount of men than they used to back in the day. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. That's how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Diddy been robbed, bro. You've been robbed.
They want to be doing sort of non-traditional media. The Call Her Daddy podcast that you mentioned that really reaches a lot of young women, millions of listeners. The late night with Stephen Colbert reaches a lot of viewers. The View.
And see, I'm not trying to listen. Kamala Harris on the Call Me Daddy podcast or whatever it's called. Those freaks that watch that show, if that show was about what a 4 or 5 got to do to maintain a relationship or what a 4 or 5 got to do to keep a man, them chicks wanted to hear nasty stuff. They wanted to pick up skills and a certification watching that. They didn't get no skills and no certification watching that, listening to what they was talking about on there. You know what I'm saying? They wanted specifics. They wanted the instruction manual. You know what I'm saying? With graphic detail. You know what I'm saying? Head movement and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like a boxer. They didn't get it. You know what I'm saying?
Howard Stern. She was on the All the Smoke podcast, which is with a couple of former NBA players. These are sort of non-traditional routes that she's going to essentially meet voters where they are. And that's what the Harris campaign feels like is valuable, is who are they reaching? Is it the voters that they need to turn out, and not is it satisfying sort of the DC critics?
All right, so there's that. All right, there we go. All right, so Democrats' nerves are at an all-time high. 2 months ago, even a month ago, they were feeling bullish about Vice President Harris's prospects of defeating former President Trump. Now, do you guys remember when the election season first officially kicked off? Do you guys remember what the names of the streams were that we did when we talked about this particular situation? The names of the streams were, what are the realistic mathematical pathways to a Kamala Harris victory? Do you guys remember that? What are the realistic mathematical pathways to a Kamala Harris victory? Because what we said was, if Joe Biden is the worst scoring president, worst rated president in history, Kamala Harris is the worst rated vice president in history. If they saw that they felt Joe Biden didn't have a pathway to the White House, what was the expected pathway for Kamala Harris if Joe Biden doesn't have one? Right? We asked that question. That question got us called MAGA. It's called a word problem. They're in every math book. But again, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, math is one of them things now. You know what I'm saying? So we asked that as a question. What's the viable pathway for Kamala Harris to get to the White House? Yeah. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I remember those numbers changed, bro, overnight. Overnight. If you go back and watch those streams, look at the dates of the streams, look at the figures. Instant change, right? And remember, we kept looking at the polls and we said, based on what they're saying people want, based on what people are voting for, based on what people are saying are important issues, these numbers are not really coordinating with how it's saying the candidates are polling on the issues. The voter count is not correlating with the issue priority. Would you guys agree? And as a result of the voter count not coordinating with the issue prioritization, this is gonna change. The voter prioritization is ultimately what's going to win the election, not what the numbers say as of right now, right? The voter prioritization. What we're seeing is now we're seeing the initial hype of Kamala Harris normalizing into voting for voter issue prioritization, which as a result of the voter issue prioritization, if priorities are voted on, and then you look at the priorities and match them up with which candidate leads in most of those priorities, mathematically, it's going to go to Trump. Now, somebody will make a video and say that I'm a MAGA supporter. Somebody will say that I'm a Republican. I'm a dumb, for one, I'm not young, you know what I'm saying? But they'll say I'm a dumb, young, Trump supporter. I'm not none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about stop denying reality. We got numbers. We got data. You know what I'm saying? Do it like artificial intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adrian. What's good with it? Yeah, Adrian said the pathway was hope and joy. And she's still doing that pathway. She's still doing that pathway. And that pathway is not working because the hope and joy issues are not the issues that the voters are looking for. She could have a pathway if she wanted to. I'm telling you, her campaign people doing her dirty. Her campaign people are doing her dirty. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, but now with less than a month to go until Election Day, they're increasingly worried about a number of issues plaguing the Democratic nominee's campaign. On Tuesday, there was grumbling from some Democrats about the vice president's interview on 60 Minutes. There's also concern on everything from the static poll numbers in the race to the vice president's messaging and even her standing with men, and not just white men, but Black and Hispanic men too. Let me ask you guys this question. Why do you all think that she has an issue with her standing with men? One of the issues that I would have with her standing with men is because you locked a lot of men up. What is her standing? What is the issue that I have with her issue with the black man thing? I don't know why you decided to come at us with all of this, family tree stuff when you could have just came at us with some policy. I don't think that there's a lot of people that really are happy about you think I'm going to do something only for black people? No, people ain't happy about that. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. 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 Here come the kittens. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here come the kittens. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here come the kittens. Cats and dogs and cats and dogs.
In Springfield,
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you take my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
I'm trying to tell you, the remix with Chingy, Jaquan, and Bun B and Mike Jones, lit. 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 You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, that cat in the bottom right, bro, he would have been part of MC Hammer's crew if this came out back then. MC Hammer would have picked him out. And MC Hammer was paying too. You know what I'm saying? MC Hammer would have threw a mill on that cat. You know what I'm saying? Had him in a solid gold cage on the flights and all that. He would have had him with some premium cat food. You know what I'm saying? He'd have had that cat looking right, taken care of. Had him dressed up like a boo on Aladdin. Oh man. Had him dressed up with what's the little hat that the people that's Moors be wearing? He would have had the Moor hat on like a boo on Aladdin. Oh man, shout out to Brooklyn Queen for funding the organization, man. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
A fez, that's what it is. You would have had the little monkey fez on. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Adrian. Shout out to AW1. Bro, they gonna think what I don't even know if they think actually, but I guess whatever brain activity is going on, they're gonna do it, and whatever oozes out slowly will be, what they do. You know what I'm saying? People still think I'm a Republican. Bro, listen, I'm nonpartisan. I'm zero partisan. However, like I've said this, I haven't ever hidden this. The current right seems more aligned with how I am because I'm old school. Like, as a result of how the world is now, the standard of the world has shifted so far to the left that if you're simply old school, some of the things about how you feel, you're gonna sound like you're on the right, just because of your age range. You know what I'm saying? Now, your boy got drip, your boy got swag. You know what I'm saying? I'm an old cat. You know what I'm saying? But I'm kind of open-minded too, right? So, there's certain things that I'm okay with, and then there's other things that I'm always look at kind of funny, right? Them things that I look at kind of funny. Oh, you're on the right. Okay, what are you, like 18, 19? I see why you're saying that. I see why you're saying that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's like if you talk to your parents, that's the whole crazy dynamic that a lot of people got to deal with. Most people, parents got right-wing values, but they're going to sit there and tell you to vote Democrat. Now, if you bring home a partner that's the same gender or the same sex as you, your family will more than likely look at you while you like you're crazy, but at the same time tell you to vote for Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? How does that make sense? That's what you're telling me to vote for that, but then when I bring it home to you, you don't want it. You're looking at me like I'm crazy. Well, you can't come back. Well, this is what you want me to vote for. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. Shout out to Adrian. Now here go my question. I would ask you this, bro. Adrian, now see, honestly, bro, to be honest, I would say I've actually become more liberal, me personally, right? However, like I said, the world is so see, there's honestly, like, I want y'all to hear me out here, right? There's no such thing as extreme left. Now that's gonna sound crazy, right? Think about it though. There's no such thing as extreme left. Why is there no such thing as extreme left? Because extreme left is the norm. If we go any further to the left, is going to be socialism. Further than that is going to be communism. There is no more extreme left. This is as far as it goes with Democrats. Once you go beyond this, it progresses beyond being a Democrat. So I don't know if we necessarily get more conservative as we get older. I think that the world changes, and as the world changes, the political normalcy kind of adjusts. Now we could change, right? You know, people become parents and have families and jobs, and you know what I'm saying? And, you know, you got to, budget your money and be more responsible. That'll definitely make you more conservative. I would definitely agree. The more responsibility that you have in life, so as you mature, the idea would be that you have more responsibility. I would agree that muscle memory of responsibility will more than likely contribute to you being more conservative, especially being that, you have to self-manage, right? However, I think that the changing world environment plays a big impact on that. That's not really measured because they kind of want people to think that everything is always the way that it's been. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Facts. Shout out to Adrian. Yeah. And shout out to Cameron. Absolutely. Shout out to Daniel Price. Daniel Price says, the Pledge of Allegiance was written by a socialist, right? So if you've ever said that pledge, you took a socialist oath. Well, I was one of the few people that my dad encouraged me to not say the pledge. You know what I'm saying? Because my dad was not very happy about being drafted into the military. You know what I'm saying? He didn't, you know what I'm saying? The military didn't work out for him like it worked out for some people. So he wasn't feeling it. You know what I'm saying? So I got my dose of being nonpartisan very young. You know what I'm saying? But then again, at the same time, as much as people are I hate to say this, bad. It is going to sound crazy. Somebody probably going to clip it and take it, but it is what it is. I guess people would know and people that don't. Your dad is the person that initially red pills you. You know what I'm saying? They didn't call it red pill back when your dad, you know what I'm saying, was raising you and stuff like that. But if you got a dad that's a strong dad, your dad red pilled you. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Daniel Price. I would say that everybody in the United States was socialist pre and post 1776. What's the biggest thing that people complain about with socialism? Slavery, right? Right? You're going to be slaves to a socialist government. Well, everybody can't say that they were slaves to a socialist government, but we can. Our ancestors can. Everybody's ancestors can't. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, Rob, your pops is so woke. Bro, my dad looked like a stereotypical FBA dad with the, you know what I'm saying, with the disco shirt on and the fro. You know what I'm saying? He got the wallet, the shoulder wallet, you know what I'm saying, leather jacket, all that stuff. It's every Black American father has that picture holding their kid with one arm. You know what I'm saying? With the aviator glasses with the shades on. My dad got one of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm on there. You know what I'm saying? I'm on there. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says some of this perhaps can just be chalked up to normal Democratic nerves ahead of what looks like it could be among the closest presidential elections in history. Either way, it's nerve-wracking for the Democrats. I think this is reality coming home to bite the Democrats is what this is. You know what I'm saying? I think they actually have a good reason to be nervous, and they know they got a good reason to be nervous. They know they've been lacking. Shout out to my man Win Loser. That's what they say on the West. They know they've been lacking. They've been lacking, cuh. You know what I'm saying? They've been lacking, cuh. You know what I'm saying? And they worried about it. That's what it is. Everything is deadlocked, and the composition of the electorate is unknowable, and there are so many things that are unprecedented, said Democratic strategist Jamal Simmons, who served as Harris' communication director until last year. We can't back away with any level of security because we haven't. Look at this. Here we go. We can't look back with any level of security because we haven't had an African-American woman on the ticket. So that's okay. So that again, there you go. Right. There's that. Right. They keep saying that it's us who's black policing and all that. They don't want. I haven't mentioned Kamala Harris being black or any race or any of that until it get brought up by her campaign people. But you got a bunch of old blue pill radical simps, right? A bunch of old decrepit blue pill radical pattern balding simps that are sitting up there saying that, you know, it's us that's saying this and it's us that's saying that. It's not us that's saying this. It's not us that's saying that. Put your reading glasses on and see that it's the media saying this, and we're reading what the media is saying. Yeah, they breaking themselves. Yeah, they breaking themselves, bro. Break yourself. You know what I'm saying? Shoes coming off, hats coming off. You know what I'm saying? Break yourself, fool. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, we don't know if she's gonna win. Oh man, they got P. Diddy in the bushes like, what's that red check mark on your ballot? You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. Oh man. So now here says we haven't had a former president. We haven't had a former president running again. Actually, we have. What are you talking about? There's been plenty of former presidents that ran again. Barack Obama was a former president that ran again. Any president that's like when you finished your first 4 years, you're a former president. Like, okay. Maybe they mean not non-consecutive former president. I don't know. We haven't had, and I think some president did run again before. There was a non-consecutive president that ran before. Who was the non-consecutive president that ran before? Shout out to Late Not Last. What's good with it? We haven't had a campaign with 2 assassination attempts. I mean, yeah, all against the same candidate, by the way, but Kamala Harris, the one talking about she worried about people trying to take her out. We haven't switched out a candidate 2 months before an election day before. We haven't run a coup before. You know what I'm saying? Usually when America be running the coups, they be on other countries. You know what I'm saying? They'll usually run a coup on themselves, but they ran a coup on themselves this time. Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with you, bro? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Oh, we're going to be talking about Magic Johnson. Yo, speaking of Magic Johnson, man, listen. Why did they have Magic Johnson do the lecture or the speech? Yo, it was Grover Cleveland. All right, shout out to you, Val. I appreciate it. I'm going to take your word for it. Why did they have Magic Johnson do the speech in Detroit? Or not in Detroit. What was it? In Michigan? What was it? Grand Rapids or something like that? Why would you have Magic Johnson do the speech in Michigan? Don't you know the history between the Bad Boys and the Lakers? Like, what? Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas and them was the first ones doing the Diddy parties. Listen, man. Hey, Isaiah Thomas was a good basketball player, man. But yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, listen. It was always I was too young back then. I didn't really know what it was, but I knew it was something wrong with Isaiah Thomas. Or I shouldn't say something wrong. I shouldn't say that. not politically correct. I'll take that back, YouTube manual reviewer. Something was just non-traditional about Isaiah Thomas, and I think it might be
just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
He from Michigan. Shout out to PD. He from Michigan, but still though, man. Still, I don't know. I don't know if it would go down all like that. Like I don't like, you know what I'm saying? Like when LeBron James left the last time, right? When he left and went to the Lakers. Hey, listen, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Hey, I appreciate you winning the championship and all that, but man, hey. You just another basketball player to me now, homie. You know what I'm saying? You just another basketball player to me now. You know what I'm saying? But, it depends, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, Oh, man, that's wild. Shout out to Daniel Price. Yeah, see, Isaiah Thomas was on some wild stuff. I didn't know Magic Johnson was from Michigan, though. That's what's good. Shout out to Miss Niecy. Miss Niecy said, I subscribe to the Reaper channel. He too funny, man. Listen, the Reaper hilarious, man. The Reaper stay with the Reaper stay with the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm
weird stuff again. Hold on, wait a minute. What?
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change up your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Oh, man. Man, I swear, Reaper hilarious, man. The Reaper hilarious, man. Shout out to the Reaper, man. He be having me crying, laughing. So now here it says, it's just a hard situation to know. Simmons explained, if you're not nervous, you're not paying attention. Democratic strategist Anthony Cooley, who served in the Biden administration, acknowledged the trepidation, pointing to the stagnant poll numbers in the weeks following the Democratic National Convention. Now, let me ask you guys this. How effective do you guys think that the Democratic National Convention was in securing votes for Kamala Harris and other Democratic candidates? Val said, who is that? That's the Reaper. That's the Reaper. Keep it 1,000. What? Val, don't be acting funny. You acting just like a woman. Shout out to the Reaper.
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
Oh, man, that's hilarious, man. I'm about to buy one of them just like a woman shirts, man. I'm about to buy one of them just like a woman shirts. So now here's it when Democrats were making comparisons between Harris's campaign and former President Obama's run in 2008. Now that the sugar high is gone, now that the sugar high is gone, people have realized what Kamala Harris has said from the start, which is that she is the underdog, Cooley said. This is going to be a fight. These numbers are just so stubborn. I don't think that the numbers are stubborn. I don't think that's I don't think that that's the way to deal with that. And that's facts. Shout out to Val. Yes, you are. You absolutely are a woman. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. The only time there's something wrong with quote unquote just like a woman is when it's a man acting like that. That's when it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with a woman acting like a woman. No, that's actually in 2024 a relief. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, to be sure, there was good news for Democrats on multiple fronts in recent days. For starters, Harris benefited on the economic front from news of robust job report last week. Inflation, which has been a major source of anxiety for Democrats, has also slowed. But again, it slowed, but that doesn't mean that they didn't create it or they didn't fix it fast enough, right? Right? Like, you can't say like, oh, I'm glad that this, man, thank goodness. You know what I'm saying? Like this inflation done went down. It didn't go down for the whole 3.5 years you was in office. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to help you going down now. A port strike threatening to hamper the economy was suspended. A string of new polls also shows Harris with a lead. But again, these leads that they look at this. All right. A Reuters Ipsos survey also showed Harris with a 3-point edge, 46 to 43% over Trump. When the lead has to be greater than the margin of error for the lead to actually matter. How many people would agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The lead must be greater than the margin of error for it to be significant. I don't know why they report these as leads and then turn around and say the margin of error is 5 points. Well, then if the margin of error is 5 points, you know what I'm saying? It's not really saying much. It's basically undecided. You know what I'm saying? But in the battleground states, the polls are tighter. The Hill Decision Desk HQ polling average for swing states shows that no one has a lead of even a single percentage points in the nation's 7 key swing states. Democrats are the first to acknowledge that they have walked around in a perpetual state of fear since the 2016 presidential race when Trump defeated Hillary Clinton in a surprise victory. Since then, they have vowed to keep the former president from returning to the Oval Office, a major reason why President Biden was pressured out for Harris in July, which that didn't make any sense to me. I didn't get that. Cassie said instead of putting thumbs up, we should put the cats in. Yeah, y'all can go ahead and put the cats in. Y'all can go ahead and put the cats in. Go ahead and put the cats in. That's what y'all want to do? So here it says, we are Democrats. We are professionally nervous. Democratic strategist Tim Hogan said. And again, this is all new. There's never been any type of association with Democrats and nervousness. There's only really been association with Democrats and incompetency or Democrats and weirdness, right? It's not really the Democrats are always uptight and nervous. Like they don't have a reputation of that. Since when? You know what I'm saying? Put that in Google and put in Democrat and nervousness together and see how many times they appear in the same sentence. I guarantee you it won't be very many. It'll be in these recent months, you know what I'm saying, that you will see that together. Not like wide spanning, history of it, because it's just not a thing. This is just nonsense, right? Still, Hogan said the campaign has found solid footing in organizing, fundraising, and messaging, and I disagree. They haven't at all. Very unorganized. They don't even have a core audience. Let me ask you guys this. As of right now, who is Kamala Harris's core, dependable voter base? Let me know. When it comes to the majority of people voting for Kamala Harris at the highest percentage, who them folks gonna be? Let me know. There's confidence, but it's measured because the stakes are high, Hogan added. For the next 4 weeks is about channeling that energy in productive ways. Getting everyone on the doors and phones to turn out to vote. Asked about the state of the race, one major Democrat donor dubbed it a flip of the coin. I feel better than I did last week, but I still don't feel great, the donor said. I've got a pit in my stomach. The donor attributed the feeling to several things, but mostly pointed to one major flaw. Harris's economic message wasn't resonating. Really? Now, I want to ask you guys, right? Y'all should flood the comment section, right, with this one. Give me everything that Kamala Harris has done wrong and why you will or will not be voting for her. Cassie said that these type of men gonna be the ones that vote for Kamala Harris.
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep at 1,000.
Them gonna be the ones. Oh man, them gonna be the ones voting for Kamala, huh? These folks here.
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots!
Oh man, yo, check this out, man. We gotta take a little break. Because this just made me think of something. Y'all been killing it on the super chat, so I could care less, man. I'm about to kill the AdSense on this. Look at this real quick. And real quick, shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit the bell. Yo, watch this, man. Did y'all hear about this? I'm not even going to say nothing. I'm just finna play this. And I want to know what y'all think. And then we're going to get right back to it because this is wild. Y'all about to die laughing. Hold on. Let's see. All right, watch this. Oh, man. Watch this. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Wild scene outside of Beverly Hills restaurant goes viral. Fox 11's Ed Lascos live in Beverly Hills with more on the man who ended the argument with a single punch. Ed.
And Christine, this one is as wild as it gets, I gotta tell you. You can't even imagine it because it's the very last place you'd ever expect something like this to go down. What I'm talking about is it happens outside a very fancy restaurant here, known more for its catch of the day instead of its punch of the day. Watch this.
Right now.
Woo! Goes a haymaker, a sharp right to the jaw, ending an argument with just one punch, a knuckle sandwich served up outside an exclusive restaurant in Beverly Hills.
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
Angle from this video
Payback
that's
the
gone viral,
motherfucker.
showing the wild scene, tableside turned ringside. Only this isn't Madison Square Garden in Beverly Hills.
Woo!
Another angle from this video that's gone viral, showing the wild scene, tableside turned ringside. Only this isn't Madison Square Garden. It's right in the very heart of Beverly Hills, outside the famed Porta Via Italian restaurant.
All right, can I get your
The video shows, count them, 1, 2, 3 men, all dressed in black, wearing hoods with their faces covered, and all three with their cell phones out recording the
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
One of them then takes a swing at the customer, and he swings right back, bang, knocks
You
him
got
right
knocked
down.
the
He doesn't
fuck
miss.
out, man.
The guy knocked cold. Social media IDing this guy as a pro-Hamas supporter. He's now down for the count.
Yeah. Woo-wee. Man. Got served up.
The restaurant now reacting out, confirming the incident did happen, saying in a statement that it went down last August, saying, quote, between several individuals with cameras on the sidewalk who were harassing patrons dining outside. One of the patrons became involved in a physical altercation with the group. He was not an employee nor a manager, as has been recently falsely reported. That refers to social media postings.
Man, do y'all hear that crack? Listen.
Calling them
Listen
physical
to the
altercation with
listen
the
to the
group.
crack. Listen to the crack, man. His jaw is lit. His jaw is done. Like under his eye is all swollen. He's done. Look at that. Look, he got a broken orbital. Listen.
He was not an employee nor a manager, as has been recently falsely reported. That refers to social media postings incorrectly calling the man who threw that knockout punch the manager of the restaurant. That is wrong. Porta Via stressing it deplores harassment and violence of any kind. All this right here on North Cannon Drive.
Hey, why they do that? Why they show that thing bouncing back and forth like that? How they petty?
Even with its armed private security walking the beat on the sidewalks and its police patrols, a violent face-to-face confrontation and one hell of a punch.
Gee, man, you hear that crack?
A violent face-to-face confrontation and one hell of a punch.
See?
Whew, now live. Did you
Hey, that newscaster is a fool.
hear everybody cheering, going, yay, as that guy gets hit, falls back out cold? For its part, Beverly Hills police confirming this happened, saying they came here, they took a report, but no charges filed, no arrest made through all of this. As for the restaurant, it is saying that it just wants its patrons to have an enjoyable dining experience. But imagine you're here at that nice restaurant, have a nice bowl of spaghetti, nice bowl of pasta, and then all of a sudden punches are...
Hey, that was an enjoyable experience. You know what I'm saying? Hey, they got their money worth. They got their money worth. No one there complained about that. Everyone enjoyed seeing that happen. everybody everybody enjoyed seeing that happen. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they got their money's worth that night, and everybody was talking about it, and then they're gonna be like, yeah, man, we was the restaurant where everybody was having a great time. So somebody got knocked out. Yo, did you hear that smack? His jaw got cracked. Man, his jaw got cracked. You know what I'm saying? But anyway. So now here says, and for weeks, Harris has been criticized. I thought y'all like that. You know what I'm saying? Harris has been criticized by Republicans for not doing interviews, an attack that has become part of Trump's talking points at rallies and in his own sit-downs with conservative media. But in recent days, she has embarked on a media blitz. So again, as you can see, this is basically like her cramming, right? She's trying to cram all of her last-minute stuff that she thinks that she's fallen short on into her campaign. So she feels that she's losing in the leadership part of the campaign. So she's trying to attack Trump's leadership. She's feeling like she's not really been adequately in the media. So she's going into the media, right? And what this is basically doing by doing all of this, as they call it here, quote unquote, blitzkrieging, it's kind of solidifying a lot of the talking points like, yeah, she hasn't really done what needed to be done. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now here says this week, after largely shunning journalists, talk show hosts, and podcasters since becoming the Democratic nominee, the vice president appeared on CBS's 60 Minutes, Howard Stern show on SiriusXM, Late Night with Stephen Colbert, and even the popular woman's podcast, Call Her Daddy. And again, they didn't, whatever, right? Last week, Harris appeared on All the Smoke, a podcast hosted by two former NBA players that, not to mention, those two NBA players in particular got nuclear roasted by Kwame Brown when he first came to YouTube, you know what I'm saying, along with Stephen A. Smith. That's neither here nor there, just a little tidbit of history, right? Where she talked about issues including legalizing marijuana and even Trump's comments about her racial identity. Who cares about the racial identity? Legalizing marijuana. I want to know about the marijuana wealth gap. I want to know why so many black people were locked up on nonviolent marijuana offenses and why the moment marijuana becomes legal, none of the former drug dealers are the millionaires and entrepreneurs running the businesses. All of a sudden, somehow corporate industrial white dudes run all of these marijuana businesses. I want her to answer that question. I don't care about your race. I want to know about the race of the people that are benefiting from the marijuana legalization and how that works when the people with the experience curve with it did all the time. That's what I want to know. How that happened. You're a prosecutor, so you know what I'm saying? You'd be able to tell us. Right? You know what I'm saying? The rash of interviews in part of a strategy aimed at speaking directly to much needed voting blocks. And when she says, speaking to much needed voting blocks, if you look at the type of programming that she's targeting, what kind of people are those? What kind of people would you say watch that kind of content? The brain surgeons and geniuses, doctors and lawyers of society, of course, right? Now, look at this. The rash of interviews that is part of a strategy aimed at speaking directly to much needed voter blocks that are still undecided, including Black and Hispanic voters. So marijuana legalization, that's how many people is marijuana legalization a pressing issue that'll get you off the couch for out of everybody in here? Marijuana, you know what I'm saying? That's that'll get you off the couch. Shout out to the people that smoke, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you 100%, man, because I used to, you know what I'm saying, smoke. And it really don't matter, you know what I'm saying, if it's legal or not. You know what I'm saying? You want some smoke, you're gonna get you some smoke. Nobody care. You know what I'm saying? It's only a ticket. People more worried about getting caught with a dirty urine test at their job than they are getting caught with a dime. You want the raw truth. I'm gonna give you the raw truth. You know what I'm saying? Nobody care about getting caught with a dime. You getting a ticket for it, and that's it. You get caught with some dirty urine, you know what I'm saying? You could possibly lose your job. That's work. You know what I'm saying? People more scared of work when it comes to marijuana, especially if you're just a smoker, than law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? Nobody care about having a blunt in the ashtray. Don't nobody care about none of that. No one cares. You know what I'm saying? No one cared before it was legal. Nobody cared when it wasn't legal. Matter of fact, if you work at some places, even when it wasn't legal, the hallway and the stairs and by the time clock still smell like weed. Everybody know everybody smoked. No one cared. No one cared. The only people that actually cared was the people that had some type of real risk of going to jail. People that's moving like bales. If you move in big units to where you got to have a scale in your car and all that, those are the people that's worried. You know what I'm saying? Not nobody that's buying some dimes, not somebody that's buying some nicks, not even somebody that's buying a twomp. Matter of fact, you know what I'm saying? You buy you a twomp, you know what I'm saying? Roll a blunt, and you done made the bag legal to carry in your car for where you can just have a ticket. Or not a twomp, but a zip. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, like, let's keep it a buck. We're going to keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to get on some ratchet stuff and try to appeal to ratchet people and talk about some hood stuff. We're going to talk about some hood stuff. Nobody care about marijuana legislation. Y'all can't do anything about it. You can go to one of those smoke shops and get one of them pop cans with the screw on and off tops and do whatever you want to with your weed, wherever you want to, with or without legislation. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, nobody's encouraging anybody to do that. This is just the reality of it. This is just the reality of it. So, you know, listening to this conversation, oh, this might be something that appeals to me. No, it doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't appeal to me. I'm more into the question that I asked. I want to know about the people. Why are there so many white millionaires who just got out of jail in Michigan who have these legal marijuana farms that sell directly to dispensaries, and the black marijuana offenders are still serving the rest of their time, and there's literally no black marijuana businesses? I want to know the answer to that in particular. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, while Democrats said they were pleased to see Harris on a whirlwind media tour, they also criticized her messaging on key issues, including the economy and immigration. In the 60 Minutes interview, one Democrat strategist praised her comments on owning and shooting a gun. And again, she says she had a Desert Eagle. I would have asked her who manufactured it. I want to know these questions about your gun. How fast can you put it together? Who cleans it for you? Do you? You know what I'm saying? Where you get it from? What color is it? She says she had a Desert Eagle. Let me ask y'all this. Isn't a Desert Eagle standard, ain't that standard issue with law enforcement? What's the kind of guns the police got? They got Desert Eagles, don't they? Or do they got 9s? I don't believe her gun testimony. I'm gonna just put it out there. I don't believe I don't believe anybody threatened her life. I don't believe her gun testimony. I'm sorry, I don't. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, oh, they got Glocks. Okay. Did she say she had a Desert Eagle, or did she say she had a Glock? I swear she said at one point, there was one interview when she said she had a Glock, and then another interview she said she had a Desert Eagle. She said a Glock. Okay. All right. She said a Glock. All right. I thought she said a Desert Eagle. I don't know, man. I don't trust her gun. I want to see her. Let's get a Kamala Harris interview at the target range. You know what I'm saying? Let's see that. Let's see you shoot something. You know what I'm saying? If you can't mention the people who you said were coming after you, who you threatened your life, you for sure not really about to be, you know what I'm saying, putting yourself back into PTSD, shooting, practicing. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. But at the same time, Harris's comments largely fell flat, the strategist says, because they fake. She is still fine-tuning her message 28 days out, and I'm sorry, we are in the make the sale phase of the campaign, and we're not still tweaking the message, the strategist said. One Democratic consultant worried that while Harris's campaign is doing, quote-unquote, all of the right things on fundraising, on his field operation, and even paid media, it may not be enough for the vice president. We all knew this would be hard, the consultant said. It's going to come down to the wire. No one knows how this will end. That's almost the scariest part. I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, I think that there's a lot of things that Kamala Harris could have done different. And I think if Kamala Harris had have actually listened to some of the critiques that people had of her, instead of all of these simp enforcers coming out like wild dogs with rabies after everybody, I think that she might have had a more effective campaign strategy, because when you are able to change the things that people are critical of into your strengths, like doing a SWOT analysis, turning strengths and weaknesses into an opportunity and a threat, you do better, right? That's one of the reasons why businesses do SWOT analysis. But as you guys know, most of these people do bad business. So you shouldn't expect to see good business processes, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So according to the readout, Trump is angry at Kamala Harris's media success. I don't understand how that's rational. I didn't know Kamala Harris had a media success. I wasn't aware of any of this happening, right? But apparently Trump is upset about this newfound media success that Kamala Harris allegedly has. So let's go look at this and see why Trump is so mad. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
But elections, I think, are won on vibes, because one of the old saws is they just want somebody they can have a beer with. So would you like to have a beer with me so I can tell people what that's like? Okay. This was, now we asked ahead of time, because I can't just be giving a drink to the Vice President of the United States. You asked for Miller High Life.
Listen. I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all, right? People may disagree with me. They might not like this comment. Kamala Harris running for president is like Darlene on Corey Holcomb running for president. Except for Darlene cooler. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Kamala Harris was cool and likable, she would be Darlene, and it would be Darlene running for president. But Kamala Harris ain't cool and likable, but it's like Darlene running for president. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like the whole it's almost like Darlene running against Corey Holcomb for president. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump, Corey Holcomb, and Kamala Harris, Darlene. Everybody gonna vote for Corey. Even people that don't like Corey gonna vote for Corey instead of Darlene. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, I know it's crazy, but is that a good comparison? If that's a good comparison, give me a thumbs up. If it's a bad comparison, give me a thumbs down.
I'm just curious.
Okay, the last time I had beer was at a baseball game with Doug.
Okay,
so cheers.
There you go.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris last night having a beer on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, wrapping up her 48-hour media blitz, where she appeared on a variety of traditional and non-traditional outlets, from the Call Her Daddy podcast to Howard Stern, The View, and 60 Minutes. Those appearances seem to have gotten under the skin of her opponent, Donald Trump, who dropped out of his 60 Minutes interview. He posted a long rant this morning, so outraged that Harris' interview was supposedly sliced and diced, that he's now adding CBS to the long list of entities that he has grievances against, and claims that he will investigate should he get a second term. This includes ABC News for daring to fact-check him during last month's debate, and Google for only showing the bad stories about him. In the meantime, some of Trump's former employees and fellow Republicans are in Pennsylvania right now. Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, along with Sarah Matthews, Cassidy Hutchinson, and Alyssa Farah Griffin, all of whom worked for Trump and his administration, are hosting an event in the Philadelphia suburbs, making the case against their former boss.
Hey, man, listen, man, look. I don't know what happened to Liz Cheney, but Liz Cheney aged and is unrecognizable from 2 years ago in a very bad way. In a very bad way. You know what I'm saying?
Joining me now to discuss is Jonathan Allen, NBC News senior national politics reporter, Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Vote the Latino and an MSNBC contributor, and Rick Tyler, Republican strategist and MSNBC political analyst. So excited to have all of you at the table today. So I'll start with this.
Yeah, that is him. Shout out to Crystal, right? Crystal said that's the dude that said to ignore black men for votes. Now, mind you, right? He's not the only person that has said that, period. But he definitely came out on NBC MSNBC and said that. Crystal said Liz Cheney is wearing her loser face, and it looked like it's about to slide right off her skull, don't it? She looking bad.
Because I think for people who don't pay attention to politics, right? They're listening to podcasts. They're listening to Howard Stern. They care about things like what's happening with Stephen Colbert. Rick, I'll start with you.
They have podcasts literally dedicated to politics. It's amazing when people are just allowed to sit here and say this kind of thing, and they don't have anybody slapping them with saying that they're mis or disinformation. The majority of my content that I talk about on my channel is politics. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Keith. The majority of my content is politics. I talk about other stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to my man DeAndre. What's good with you, bro? Appreciate you enforcing the likes. You know, sometimes shout out to the Reaper. I had to get with the fuck shit a little bit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
You know, sometimes we have to get with the fuck shit, right? You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, you know what I'm saying? For the most part, we stay on the politics, right? Even when it's not election season. We've been talking about politics. That's what we do. These guys over here act like they the only people on the block with the product. You know what I'm saying? We just told you we don't care about law enforcement. Why you think we care about you?
How effective do you think it is for the Harris campaign to have done all of this in 48 hours, right? Like, this wasn't spread out through the week. It was a massive, massive blitz at the beginning of this week to get to all these sort of non-traditional outlets.
Look, I think it's enormously effective because you go to where the people are, you hunt where ducks are, and these are where the people are. The media will complain, and I'll complain about the media a little bit here. They'll complain that she's not going on the substantive hard news, answering the hard questions. But as a political operative, I'm not putting my people out in front of the hard news, in the last days of the campaign.
Now you see that? As a political operative, I'm not putting my people out in the hard days in front of the hard questions and the hard days of the campaign. So you're gonna take the easy way out, right? Now, they're saying this, they're criticizing Trump for not taking these debates. Does that make it? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it don't make any sense, give me a thumbs down.
You go to where the people are, you hunt where ducks are, and these are where the people are. The media will complain, and I'll complain about the media a little bit here. They'll complain that she's not going on the substantive hard news, answering the hard questions. But as a political operative, I'm not putting my people out in front of the hard news, in the last days of the campaign to mess it up. People have an instinctive nature about candidates, whether they like them or not. And when you have a beer with Stephen Colbert, it's a fairly likable moment. So I think it's very smart, and I do think it's very effective. The other thing the media
I didn't care about her having to listen. Look, check this out. You want my assessment of the beer? What kind of beer was that they drank? Was that? It looked like it was a gold can. Was it a Miller Genuine Draft? Did y'all catch that? What kind of beer? Shout out to the beer drinkers. It looked like it was an MGD that they drank. I don't know if Stephen Colbert be drinking MGD. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it was a Miller High Life. I knew it was Miller something. Who be drinking Miller High Life all like that? Who drinks that? Some people do. Some people drink it. But who drinks Miller High Life all like that? Don't nobody drink Miller High. And I know, listen, man, I know Steve Colbert don't drink no damn Miller High Life. Come on, man, stop. He doesn't have any Miller High Life in his refrigerator. He drink that Stella beer. You know what I'm saying? You know, the one with the in the bottles, they got the white paper at the top. He drinks that. Was it Stella Artemis or something like that? He drinks the Stella Artemis. He ain't drinking no damn Miller High Life. He ain't drinking no Miller High Life. Look, the only time anybody drink Miller High Life is if Miller High Life is like on tap dollar draft night. You get a big glass of it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody drinking that. The only type of like dollar draft beer that anybody would drink regular is Bud Light. If you're not drinking Bud Light because it's dollar draft night, then for the most part, you know, most people like decent Mexican beer. You know what I'm saying? Stella. People are like Heineken. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you real ratchet, right? If you real ratchet, you're going to have a couple cans of Natty Light. Now, see, if she on that Call Me Daddy podcast, if her and the white girl was drinking Natural Light, I'd have been in there. I'd have been on it. Bet. Y'all about to talk about what's in that title. Bet. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't drinking on the podcast, though. Yeah, Modelo. You know what I'm saying? I like Dos Equis. Corona with a lime. You know what I'm saying? Yo, look, I don't know if y'all ever had that was it Budweiser Clamato, the Clamato. That shit is good. You know what I'm saying? But ain't nobody about to sit up there. We're gonna drink a Miller genuine draft as a friend. That's not even realistic, man. I don't know about man. Like, come on, stop it. And listen, Kamala Harris a kick it girl. Like, come on, man, stop it. Y'all should have had a shot of Ciroc or something. You know what I'm saying? Even with Diddy going through what he going through, you should went on and you should just went on and had a shot of Ciroc. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know. Four Loko, bro. Like, nah, that's I don't. That's the Four Loko. That's pipeline stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? People gonna start asking if Kamala Harris drank a Four Loko. People gonna start asking other questions. Anytime people drink something like some Four Loko, other questions start getting asked. You know what I'm saying? You drink a can of Twisted Tea, other questions getting asked about you. You know what I'm saying? If you drink some decent beer, for the most part, you're pretty safe with the scrutiny, right? You pull out a can of Four Loko, what else you do? You know what I'm saying? That's one of those. Four Loko is one of those what else you do type things. If somebody see you drinking some Four Loko, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna ask you if you know what I'm saying, what else you do if you drinking some Bud Light, you know what I'm saying? If you drinking even some Budweiser, you know what I mean? Heineken, Corona, Deuce, whatever. You pull out some Four Loko, immediately people, and they don't ask what else you drink. Immediately, what drugs do you do is the question. You know what I'm saying? Cassie said you never heard of Four Loko? Listen. Shout out to P. Ward. P. Ward said Four Loko. Look, listen, shout out to the fellas. Listen, if you're ever out with a woman and the woman says, let's get a Four Loko, make that a one-time thing with that individual. Take my word for it. You know what I'm saying? Make that a one-time thing. P. Morton says Four Loko was in and out of my life within a week. Yeah. Listen, bro. Shout out to you. I read the ingredients on the back and I said, yeah, I'm good. I'm so good on this. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way. Shout out to Lewis there. I thought that was it, bro. It's like a malt liquor energy drink with, I don't know, it's some stuff that's in there that's not on the ingredients that's more than just caffeine and taurine. I'll tell you that. And I'm telling you, Four Loko is listen, Four Loko is like a substitute stimulant. That's why, like, if you're with a chick, you know what I'm saying, whatever, late night, you know what I'm saying, right before they stop selling alcohol, you go somewhere, she like, hey, let's get a Four Loko. You're just getting this Four Loko because there's no nose candy around. You know what I'm saying? I'm good on you. Shout out to Cindy. Cindy says, wow, what does it do? It's like liquid Adderall. It's like liquid Adderall. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you're a car, it's like you just drank a whole entire can of nitrous oxide. Anybody that know about, look, who in the comment section know about Four Loko? Am I lying? In most cases, the individual, and it's usually a woman, that's dealing with the Four Loko, they doing other stuff. Am I lying? And the only reason they doing the Four Loko right then is because that's all they can get their hands on. It's too late. Ain't nobody picking up the phone. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody answering their voicemail. Ain't nobody texting back. Well, let's hit the gas station and get this Four Loko. Four Loko? Don't nobody hit the gas station for no one does that. No one hits the gas station for Four Loko. People hit the gas station for some lottery tickets. People hit the gas station for some shells. If you know what shells are, you know what I'm saying? People hit the gas station for some shells. You know what I'm saying? People hit the gas station for some snacks. No one specifically hit the gas station for Four Loko except for them people. You know what I'm saying? See, shout out to my man Bronze Gods. Bronze Gods said that's fact, right? I'm telling you, you will never be on a Four Loko mission unless you get thrown into one by some woman that you probably more than likely just met within a 24-hour period. And hopefully you smart enough to see that Four Loko as a warning sign, and that be the last that you deal with that. You know what I'm saying? DeAndre said Loco is malt liquor's cousin. Shit. Logo is crack's cousin.
Likes to do is they like to do these debates, and then they say at the end of the debate there was no substance. Well, I'm sorry, you can't give a substantive answer in 2 minutes with 1 minute responses.
Hey, Carlton, Carlton ain't keeping it real. Carlton ain't keeping it real. Bro, you know ain't about to be no type of chilling going on after no Four Loko. Somebody gonna be all over the place. And that could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? You get somebody that's a lover, you're going to have a good night. You get somebody that's a fighter, somebody either going to have a black eye or end up in jail. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, the problem usually be with them Four Loko people. You don't really know them like that. So it's kind of like you don't know what you're going to get. You know what I'm saying? It's like you get a Sour Patch Kid that tastes like a lifesaver. You know what I'm saying?
If you want a substantive debate, have a Lincoln Douglas debate and let them talk for 2 hours. But no, that won't get ready. So the media, I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways.
I totally understand. Look, I say when people want policy substance, there's a website for that. You can find out that information if you actually care about it. Maria, this is the other thing that strikes me about these sort of soft interviews, et cetera, et cetera. I remember in 2012, one of the most important surveys and polls that I saw was asking the question whether you would have Barack Obama or Mitt Romney babysit your kids. Which one do you think would be more likely to stop their car and help you if you had a flat tire? And which one would you rather go on a road trip with? And believe it or not, Obama only won 2 out of 3.
Now, here go the question, right? Let me ask all these questions that they just asked about all of these candidates, all these past presidential candidates. Who cares? Why are they asking these? Now, mind you, this is the mainstream media, right? This is the very guy that just said that people who watch podcasts do not generally pay attention to politics. Maybe, just a thought, maybe people watch podcasts because podcasts don't talk about such stupidity, and we treat our viewers like our viewers are intelligent people. None of you guys care about any of the issues that he just mentioned, right? I mean, you might. That's why I'm asking. I don't think anybody does, but let's just see. You know what I'm saying?
Have a Lincoln Douglas debate and let them talk for 2 hours. But no, that won't get ready. So the media, I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways.
I totally understand. Look, I say when people want policy substance, there's a website for that. You can find out that information if you actually care about it. Maria, this is the other thing that strikes me about these sort of soft interviews, et cetera, et cetera. I remember in 2012, one of the most important surveys and polls that I saw was asking the question whether you would have Barack Obama or Mitt Romney babysit your kids. Which one do you think would be more likely to stop their car and help you if you had a flat tire? And which one would you rather go on a road trip with?
Why would those be the most important? Why would those be the most important polls that you had dealt with? How will any of those questions give a clear picture on how those candidates will lead the country? Somebody help me out with that. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. We got 33 people watching. Shout out to you guys. And we got 68 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 100. I know we can do it.
And believe it or not, Obama only won 2 out of 3.
Like, which one did he lose?
Believe it or not, people actually thought that Romney would be slightly better babysitting.
Wait. Barack Obama rode around in a choom wagon in high school. I feel like I want to go on the road trip with him.
I thought so as well.
He's not a good babysitter.
I remember
they hadn't heard about the dog, right? I was strapped to the roof of the car.
That had not come out yet. That was part of the surprise. So what do you think the voters, or the supposedly skeptical voters that we still have of Harris, what did they get from her drinking a beer, right? Because to me, most of these questions have already been answered, but there are still people who apparently are affected by this. What do you think they're picking up from these last interviews?
They're the low information voter who's not turning into the main.
There it is. The low information voter. The low information voter terminology is kind of becoming a Democratic dog whistle. Let me ask you guys this. When you hear these Democrat state-sanctioned media outlets talk about quote-unquote low information voters, they've already published this and put this on paper. Who are they talking about? Shout out to the people that watch my channel. If you watch 2 live streams of mine a week, I don't think that you'd be qualified as a low information voter. If you're somebody that doesn't get a chance to watch every live stream, if you're somebody that doesn't get a chance to watch every video, if you watch 2 live streams a week, or if you watch a live stream and a video a week, and regardless if it's a replay or a new one, I think you get enough information in all of my content one time a week and possibly a video to where you would not be considered a low information voter. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. When they're talking about low information voters, they're talking about specific people. I don't know who you guys think they're talking about.
In the car.
That had not come out yet. That was part of the October surprise. So what do you think the voters, or the supposedly skeptical voters that we still have of Harris, what did they get from her drinking a beer, right? Because to me...
I agree 100% with Carlton. Carlton says low information voter kind of reminds me of the low IQ propaganda they put in black people, and more specifically black men. If you guys agree with Carlton, throw some flames in the chat, or some cats. You know what I'm saying? Those cats and dogs in the chat if you want to.
Most of these questions have already been answered, but there are still people who apparently are affected by this. What do you think they're picking up from these last interviews?
They're the low information voter who's not turning into the mainstream media talking about these really tough interviews. The people who are watching the main tough interviews, they've already decided. What she is trying to do is say, yes, I'm drinking a beer. And by the way, don't forget that I'm going to lower your cost of healthcare. Don't forget that you're drinking that piece of beer and I'm giving you a $6,000 tax credit for your first kid. I'm drinking that beer. And it's her.
I lowered my healthcare by getting a new job that had lower healthcare. And my healthcare that I have now is healthcare that the Democrats created their universal health care plan model based on. So there's nothing that they can do for me in particular, or other people that have healthcare, that have health insurance like mine, right? If you're drinking beer, now, you might be crazy, right? You might be crazy like me. You might be somebody that literally takes the worst care of yourself, but takes decent care of yourself at the same time. And you do stuff like drink, right? But most cases, people that drink, they're not going to think about their health care because they don't care. They're drinking and probably smoking a cigarette because nothing goes better with a drink than something to smoke. So they're probably not really thinking about their health care all like that. They might be, right? It might be, right? But in most cases, they're not. Why they would mention this in the same sentence, beyond me.
Her way of weaving in her policies to folks that are not tuning in, because sometimes a lot of these folks are saying, you know what, politics is getting a little too icky. Right. So she's going where they are and weaving in policy and making her likable and making her authentic.
And she's drinking a union beer. Right. Look, there's one thing that Kamala Harris has.
Shout out to P. Morton. I roasted Trump about those Haitian comments that he made about the Haitian people eating the cats. Man, I had to light him up on that. You know what I'm saying?
Is nailed. She knows exactly who she's talking to, and she needs to win back voters that the Democrats lost to Trump. And you see them. You see them in the rural areas, and their signs are out. People who don't have 2 nickels to rub together. A lot of people they lost a working class voter. She needs to win white working class men, and that is who she's talking to. And
there you go. Now they're not low information, right? Because they identified them by name. The men of value, the men that build. The actual males of society. That's what that guy is saying. Those white working class voters still on average have more wealth and longer lives than any black person. they are of more value to Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party than you or I. That should be noted, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I ain't mad at it. Shout out to P. Morton. P. Morton said, I started thinking about healthcare after I turned 45 and every morning realized why old people move the way they do. Yo, shout out to you, bro. Yeah. Listen, make sure you know what I'm saying, stay active. Take a lot of the meat out of your diet and try to eat as many fruits and vegetables as you can. You know what I'm saying? Take out the sodium. You know what I'm saying? Try to do aerobic exercise. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, get on the elliptical and, you know what I'm saying, do your thing on the elliptical a couple of times a week and you'll be A-okay. Keep your blood pressure and your heart rate down. You know what I'm saying? And you'll be good. Get some good circulation. Drink some water. You know what I'm saying?
Voters that the Democrats lost to Trump, and you see them. You see them in the rural areas, and their signs are out. People don't have two nickels to rub together. A lot of people they lost the working class voter. She needs to win white working class men, and that is who she's talking to. And she needs to win them in.
She's also growing. So she has two folks, right? She the white working class voter, yes, but she also needs to grow the youth vote,
right?
Because it's the youth vote.
Now, I want you. What's interesting about this whole exchange is they got two people on here that are not black talking to a black man, and basically, you know, the people that he's a part of don't matter. Isn't that fascinating? Somebody make it make sense. Shout out to Fanteezy. What's good with it, bro? So again, what I find interesting about this, right? Shout out to Crystal. This is just a reiteration of this guy saying the black male vote doesn't matter. So again, if these people, these operatives are telling us the black male vote does not matter, why do you have people's grandparents who just figured out how to use video editing software going around acting like they're going to pull a switch off of a tree if you don't go and vote the way that they tell you to? They're going to make you eat an extra plate of rainbow trout. You're going to get an extra scoop of okra. You know what I'm saying? If you don't vote for Kamala Harris. Come on.
That overcompensates for the folks that are saying, I'm not quite sure. And I would actually say that she's the chunk of the independent white voters she's already won. Her job right now is to focus on growing that youth voter that still isn't sure if her policies are going to be for her or them.
So, Jonathan, that's what I was thinking of. When I hear that there's a slew of Republicans in suburban Pennsylvania, right? So suburban Philadelphia, that's fine. These are all your nice people. They're going to go home. They're going to watch this. They watch The View. They like Abbott Elementary. That's fine, right? But I agree with Rick. I agree with Marisa. The real question is,
what avid Republicans go home and watch The View? Besides that lady's husband that's on there. What avid Republican goes home and watch The View, y'all? Do y'all know any? I don't know any Republicans that watch The View. I don't know any conservatives that watch The View, except for, you know, people that do content that just roast, you know what I'm saying, Whoopi Goldberg and Sonny. I don't know any Republicans that go home and watch The View. And I know some Republicans. I know some conservatives. I don't know none of them watch The View. Shout out to Cindy. Cindy's a conservative. Shout out to Cindy. Do you watch The View? You know what I'm saying? I don't think Cindy watches The View, except for, you know, whatever content creator she liked to happen to be roasting them at the time. I don't think there's anybody that can't wait to listen. I'm going to tell you what it's like to not be able to wait to watch a TV show. When that next episode of The Strain used to be coming on, I will be like a crackhead fiending for that next episode of The Strain to come on. You know what I'm saying? When Breaking Bad was on, oh, man, I couldn't wait. And then when it was the end of the season, I was mad for a whole 3 or 4 months until the next season came on. When I used to be in with, you know what I'm saying, to The Walking Dead, man, I couldn't wait. I've never had that type of anxiety. You know what I'm saying? I used to watch The Americans, and, you know what I'm saying, there was a bunch of shows on FX that I used to watch. Sons of Anarchy, The Shield, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody sitting up here waiting for The View like that. You know what I'm saying? Who's waiting for The View like that? They just gonna do the same thing they do the same thing every show. Talk about nothing. The only person that I could think of that actually would be waiting for The View is a fictional character. Peggy Bundy would sit up there and watch The View all day. You know what I'm saying? Peggy Bundy would sit up there and watch The View all day. Then Al Bundy would come home from work, go sit on the couch and fart, and she'd get up and he'd turn on the, you know what I'm saying, football game, or, you know what I'm saying, turn on the WWF or something like that. WWE, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I was WWF back then. The only person that would watch The View like that is a fictional character. Yeah, I watched Justified. Yep. What was a dude named Timothy Oliphant was on there? The black dude that was in The Purge was on there. What was that dude name? What was his name? Was he Shane on was he Shane on Justified, or was he Shane on Sons of Anarchy? He was on there. You know what I'm saying? He was on The Shield too, that dude. He was in damn, it was a show that Timothy Oliphant dude, he was on this show with Glenn Close about these lawyers. I can't think of the name of it. It was a young white girl and it was Glenn Close, and Glenn Close was the bad guy. I cannot think of the name of that show. That show was dope. That was like the old generation of FX shows before like the generation with like Sons of Anarchy and like all of that. You know what I'm saying? It was a show that Courtney Cox used to be on. I can't think of the name of that show. And then it was that show with Glenn Close and you know what I'm saying? Always Sunny in Philadelphia got a New and Old Testament. That show been coming on for so long. But it was Damages. That's it, Caldona. Shout out to Caldona. Damages. Damages was lit. Damages was lit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody ever seen Damages. Damages was lit. And then, did y'all ever see that show about that? It was a show that was based on Bashir Assad. You know what I'm saying? What was that? It was called like Monarch or Tyrant. Yeah, it's called Tyrant. That show called Tyrant. And then Tyrant and the Americans. I used to watch that. I used to watch all the shows on FX. FX used to be my joint. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Shield. See, the Shield had the same gangs from the Sons of Anarchy. They had the Niners on there. You know what I'm saying? They could have made some dope crossover shows with that. Yeah, I watched I watched the Americans. That was my show. I'm telling you, for the most part, most of everything on FX I watched. FX used to be I used to watch Sons of Anarchy. I used to watch Damages. I used to watch The Shield, Sons of Anarchy, The Strain. It wasn't too much on FX that I didn't watch, because FX has some dope shows. You know what I'm saying? FX has some dope shows. They was for the TV that was like, you know what I'm saying, like with the basic cable, man, FX wasn't nobody touching FX. You know what I'm saying? AMC was close, and that's because at the time Breaking Bad and The Walking Dead was both like the number 1 and number 2 shows on TV. But if you took away Breaking Bad and Walking Dead from AMC was done. They ain't had nothing competing with FX. You could take away any 2 shows from FX, and FX still had the best lineup of shows. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Keith. Bro, The Strain was lit. Carl just said, what's Coco Melon? I ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen that. Sounds like some Call Me Your Daddy podcast type stuff. That sounds like some Call Me Your Daddy podcast type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but Preacher was dope though. You know what I'm saying? From AMC. Yeah. Oh yeah. Legion was cool. The movie Legion was dope too. The movie Legion was dope too. Tyrese was a fool in that movie. You know what I'm saying?
the youth vote.
Right.
Because it's the youth vote that overcompensates for the folks that are saying, I'm not quite sure. And I would actually say that she's the chunk of the independent white voters, she has already won. Her job right now is to focus on growing that youth voter that still isn't sure if her policies are going to be for her or them.
So
they don't discuss at all. They don't discuss at all like what should be done about the black voters. I just want y'all to pay attention to that. Right now, if we mention this, right, let me guess, what are we doing? We're being victims. We shouldn't notice. We shouldn't care. We shouldn't talk about it, because if we talk about it, it'll just go away. Like, how should we deal with this? Oh, it's a cartoon show. Oh, okay. Yeah, that show Mad Men was lame, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that. The Mad Men. It was like the 1950s or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Jonathan, that's what I was thinking of. When I hear that there's a
look, check this out, right? How many people saw the movie Sin City? Y'all remember? I forget who. I think Bruce Willis might have been in it. Jessica Alba was in it. If they had made a Sin City TV show, that would have been lit. I always was hoping they would do it, and they never did. They never did. That would have been lit. For like Sin City, man, put that show on like around 11 o'clock, midnight. Lit. They never did it.
Slew of Republicans in suburban Pennsylvania, right? So suburban Philadelphia. That's fine. These are all your nice people. They're going to go home. They're going to watch this. They watch The View. They like Abbott Elementary. That's fine, right? But I agree with Rick. I agree with Reason. The real question is working class white guys who are uncomfortable with voting for a black woman to be president of the United States. Is this?
That means that they're not going to vote for her. That means that they're like, bruh, what don't you get? Why would it? Listen, see this, see this here? See? There are white people that are going to vote for Kamala Harris. There are many white people that have no uncomfortabilities with black people. Those white people will do what they do. Anybody that has a quote unquote uncomfortability, you're not going to do it. What he's basically saying is, you know, if we could just get Umar Johnson, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, go ahead and go on a date with, you know what I'm saying, this white girl that we want to set him up with, you know, he'll see things will work out. They might, right? But they're not, because Umar Johnson's never going to do that. You're not going to change those people. And why are you so concerned about changing those people anyway? There are actually people that are out there, the ones that you're not mentioning, that would be more high probability voting for Kamala Harris if Kamala Harris delivered the right message and delivered on the promises inside of her message. And she's not willing to do that. This, to me, this is futile. You shouldn't, you shouldn't, someone's comfortability shouldn't be considered. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, to me, like, this is a waste of time. If somebody tells me I'm not comfortable with dealing with black people, goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Bye. I'm not going to make the decision for you. Or actually, I'm going to make the decision for you. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing else to say to you. There's no such thing as you're not comfortable or not. You do or don't like black people. It's the same thing with anybody else. You do or don't like those people. You know what I'm saying? You're okay with petitioning to white men, you know what I'm saying, about being comfortable about Kamala Harris, but y'all trying to force that legitimate lifestyle on everybody, and everybody may not be comfortable with that. Now, I mean, I don't understand. Why don't you just use the same standards? Use the legitimate standards. Call them white men racist. Hey, they racist and misogynist. They'll rock with Kamala Harris, whatever. Because if we don't rock with, you know what I'm saying, same gender, you know what I'm saying, stuff that they be doing, then we are transphobic, right? Shout out to Tarek. Tarek says, to these guys, white people will always have a higher premium value than any other demographic. They think they could win the presidency for the Dems. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. To me, if somebody says I'm uncomfortable, if I ask somebody, are you going to vote for Kamala Harris? And they said specifically, I'm uncomfortable voting for Kamala Harris because she's black. I see what type of time you on. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you for being honest, right? Now, mind you, we all know, you know what I'm saying, the questions and all that behind the ethnicity. I get it, right? But I'm talking about somebody, if you, right, ask somebody this and they told you that, you know what time it is. You know what time it is, right? Now, you could be like me because I'm going to be like, well, you know, she got a little Asian there for you, too. How you feel about voting for Asian people? You know, I would just do that because I'm a jerk, right? But, you know, for the most part, most normal people, right? That's going to be like, okay, I see what type of time you on. They still are begging. They still, you know what I'm saying? We got to get these white dudes that aren't comfortable. Listen, if them white dudes aren't comfortable, then that means they haven't been comfortable with black people at all in any capacity their entire life. And if that's the case, for one, probably just based on that, they're automatically going to vote for Trump. And for two, you're not going to flip them to Kamala Harris. The only way you're going to flip them to Kamala Harris is if they're a white dude that's a blue pill simp like Destiny. And, you know what I'm saying, the chick that he's with at the time is going to force him to the polls to vote for Kamala Harris. Yes, babe, I'm doing it. That's the only way it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? This dude, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? This is kind of a weird exchange to me. You know what I'm saying?
This kind of media blitz talking to them, because it doesn't seem like any of these shows that she's been on the last 48 hours are speaking to that group.
Well,
Sorry.
go ahead.
No, I apologize. I'm sorry.
I need to apologize. Well, first of all, I just want to say drinking a Miller High Life is an implicit contrast because obviously she's trying to suggest to people that Trump is a low life, right. Which is
that's pretty good. That's deep. That's a multi-level chess there. That's a multi-level chess.
Shout out to SD Johnson. SD Johnson says it's sad that the quote unquote based log cabin side of the colorful coalition is more on our side than the rest of them. We're on our own side. None of those people are not on our side at all, if you ask me, right? The only reason why in appearance it may seem like those people have some common interest with us is simply based on culture and duration of time in the country. That is it. That is it. You know what I'm saying? That is those, and as a result, like there's some things that we're gonna have similar needs, right? Like we're always gonna need water and oxygen, right? So to me, when I look at these political issues where it quote unquote seems like, you know what I'm saying, like we have similar political issues with certain people, it's a water and oxygen thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a water and oxygen thing. And that's it. You know what I mean? To me, in my opinion. Now, if they had it their way, they would make it somehow so that all of the negative issues affecting them would somehow negatively affect us more, and they would benefit off of those negative effects on us if they could. So it's not like a coalition thing, if you ask me. It's a, you know what I'm saying, like we need some points type thing. So this is what looks like we have something in common, is that there's the need for points there. You feel what I'm saying? because it just I like to you know, that's just how I feel. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel. Let me know what y'all think. If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, if y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. I think that they would like us to believe that. And I don't want to, I don't have any interest in believing that. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know what I mean? I'm cool with, you know what I'm saying, us doing our own thing, us having our own destiny, whatever. Now, like I've always said, you know, I don't care about working with other people. I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, no, I'm real weary and I'm real cautious, and I see how that does, and I see how that plays out. So I'll be more likely to deal with somebody on an individual basis than some type of political coalition, because I know they full of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? I know that they full of nonsense, and I know that the way that they have their, the way that the mindset is that you should just be grateful to help them. Nah. See, like me, I need to change that. You got to be grateful that I just didn't like turn you into slop. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to know what we got to have it. We got to have it established. And shout out to SD. I'm one of them people that I don't agree with the what's the name of that? The Art of War. I don't agree with the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I agree with anyone who's not my friend is my enemy. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with that. I like that. I don't agree. I don't agree with malice-based alliances. You know what I'm saying? And what's crazy, and I live by that too. You know what I'm saying? Like you will see that on YouTube and stuff like that a lot, where like, you know, it'll be some YouTubers that got a beef, and then like you see two people that never came in contact with each other, all of a sudden they cool with each other and doing all these streams together and stuff like that because they going at this one particular person. Nah, I ain't with that. Like if I got an issue with somebody, I'm gonna handle that issue myself. Because for one, I'm not doing you no favors on demand. You know what I'm saying? And for two, I see how quick you willing to jump on another team and try to leave a knife sticking out of somebody's back. I'm gonna leave the knife sticking out everybody's back and walk away. You know what I'm saying? Figuratively, YouTube manual reviewer. So that's just me. I hear that like the enemy of with me. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that friend of my friend stuff. I am a Sith. Shout out to Tarek. Tarek said, careful, only the Sith deals in absolutes. To an extent, I feel you. Yeah, nah, bro. See, because look at, but see, look, the quote unquote enemy of my enemy, right? Look at the enemy of my enemy. The enemy of my enemy, you know what I'm saying, fought to be white, right? So now the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. You know what I'm saying? That's the political story of us, right? That's the political story of us. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, nah, man. No. See, Now this is gonna sound messed up, right? Depending, right? Dealing with a situation like that, right? I might do something shady and, you know, kind of act like I'm cool with you, and then like kind of pull the rug on you at the end and be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just so you know, I'm running things, right? You know what I'm saying? But aside from that, I'm not really with that. Like I would just, I'm on my own path. You know what I'm saying? Because look at it. Look at historically, right? Quote unquote, enemy of our enemy. What have the enemy of our enemy done? The enemy of our enemy has ingratiated with the alleged quote unquote enemy. You know what I'm saying? The enemy, look, the enemy of our enemy is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now they run around talking about La Raza and doing prison deals with, you know what I'm saying, the Aryan Nation. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? We gotta put a kill switch on the whole thing and make sure that they know we know what the combination is and we the only ones got a button. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in terms of, look, if you're talking about working class white guys who don't want a black woman president, she's not going to reach them.
Right.
But if you're talking about people who are open and in that,
see, I mean, this dude's why is it that this dude right here, he understands that because he's probably he's one of them working class white dudes. So he's speaking from his own experience. Like, listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but let me tell you about this from a working class white dude's perspective. If we don't mess with black people, we ain't messing with black people. I mean, I don't understand what he don't get about that. Shout out to the Church of Black Power. Church of Black Power must be a little bit earlier in the stream. He said, I got several pictures of my dad holding me with one hand. See, that's that Black American dad stuff, man. The dads we allegedly don't have. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said it was a different time when Sun Tzu wrote that book. Yeah, that's true. That's facts. Big facts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said, I'm a live and let live type person. I will only come at you if you threaten me or mine. Then I become a force to be reckoned with. Sometimes you gotta hit. Sometimes you gotta throw warning shots out there. I get it, and I will. I'm a live or let live person too, right? But sometimes, you know what I'm saying. Sometimes you gotta send a flare out. You know what I'm saying. Sometimes you gotta send a flare out. You know what I'm saying. Somebody, you know, because a lot of times, sometimes people don't know what be going on. And, you know, only you and that other person do. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, here go the flare. I'm sending the flare off. Now, don't let me go back in the car. Don't let me go back in the car and get the real one. You know what I'm saying?
That's deep. That's a multi-level chess there. That's a multi-level chess. Okay.
But in terms of, look, if you're talking about working class white guys who don't want a black woman president, she's not going to reach them. Right. But if you're talking...
See? Now, why does he understand that? Now, see, look, check this out, right? I could have sat there and said this, right? And if it was, you know, if it was some more Chads in the comment section, oh my God, you're anti-white. Why are you so anti-white? Why are you so anti-white? I'm anti-white because I'm telling the truth. Hey, man, listen, man, I don't care which way you vote, but tell the truth. If you're not messing with Kamala Harris, simply on the basis that she's black, you're not messing with her because she's black. Ain't in the campaign gonna change your mind about that. How is that? I mean, that's just the reality of it. You know what I mean? I could have told you that, but they needed, you know what I'm saying, John Goodman over here to tell you. So they got Fred Flintstone over here to tell you. Shout out to SD. SD said the butter biscuits were laced. Bro, them butter biscuits was laced.
Was a low life, right? Which is
that's pretty good. That's deep. That's a multi-level chess there. That's a multi-level chess. Okay.
But in terms of, look, if you're talking about working class white guys who don't want a black woman president, she's not going to reach them. Right. But if you're talking about people who are open and in that demographic, then I think that matters a lot. Is this somebody who relates to me?
She is currently advertising on talk radio in Pennsylvania. Right. You know, right-wing talk radio. Sean Hannity and she's advertising on those things. That's very significant. Democrats don't usually do that.
Right, but I also think that folks are trying to find a permission structure. So by her going there, she's giving men and she's giving young people a permission structure of actually trying to break those norms. We just came out of the field with a poll, and one of the things that we found was that young Latino men in places like Pennsylvania and Texas were holding on to conservative values.
You see how she's talking about Latino women and men? See, like they got the white guy to talk about white people. They got the Latina woman to talk about Latinos, and the black guy hasn't done anything except for sit there and have a big, shiny, bald head and move it around very fast in a powder baby blue suit. That's all they have him on there for. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this dude's sitting up here with his big Rottweiler head.
And when we dug in deeper, it was more of like, well, can she really balance the checkbook? And then we were like, but your mother balances the checkbook, right? And so it's how do you actually create permission structures for them to be open to the fact that her gender might be impeding her when she has actually been able to demonstrate that she knows how to do the job.
And getting on talk radio, getting on conservative talk radio, getting on radio often listened to across long rural stretches of Pennsylvania. The Democrats have been trying to solve for a long time the margin of their losses in rural areas, right? Like she's not going to win all those big counties.
You just don't want to get blown out.
But she wants to change that margin.
Counts a big deal.
Exactly.
It's a big deal.
Exactly.
This is what campaign strategists often forget. Well, we're going to lose that county. We'll just not pay attention.
Yeah.
No. The votes you get out of the county are just as important as the ones you win.
That's right.
Because they add up to the whole.
And the problem that they have is they keep making efficiency decisions. Yeah. Right. So the efficiency decision is always going to be let's put our ad in Philadelphia. Let's make sure that the candidate goes to Philadelphia because they're more people. But they're totally oversaturated. No, to your point. And sometimes you got to go out. And if you go out in one.
And look what's funny. Look at him. Look at him sitting here. Look, he hasn't gotten a word in. They took his show over. He's sitting there being he's sitting there being the newscast goat. He's sitting there being the newscast goat. He can't even get a word in.
And when we dug in deeper, it was more of like, well, can she really balance the checkbook? And then we were like, but your mother balances the checkbook, right? And so it's how do you
this like what he's what he's going through on the show right here is, unless you work it where there's a bunch of black people at, this is what every black person literally deals with at work. Yeah, you're here at the conversation. We want you here. Stand there. We're gonna just all talk around you, and just you can nod and like keep it pushing. Man, going somewhere with that. Nobody on that mess, man. This is every black, like this dude right here. This is every black workplace where there's a bunch of non-black people. You know what I'm saying?
actually create permission structures for them to be open to the fact that her gender might be impeding her when she has actually been able
and then when you go to HR, you know what I'm saying? Well, we didn't say that you couldn't say anything. I mean, like, you know, you were there, you're part of the conversation. Like, why didn't you just talk? Like, why didn't you just say anything? Like, why didn't you just say anything? Why didn't you just talk? You're there, you're part of the conversation. Man, I scare people in the corporate world, man. That's why I can't do the corporate. I can't work in that environment. You know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff, that right there, it's not my bag. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Bronze. Bronze said, then their mind is blown when you keep to what's wrong? What's wrong? How come you don't talk to us? How come you don't talk to us? That's when you turn around and be like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you act like you ain't hear him and turn around real quick. What? You know what I'm saying? Heart about to jump out their chest. Oh man. You know, I just having to turn around at the same time I was coughing something up. My bad. What you saying? Oh man, that is hilarious. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, man. Listen, hey, these are stories that you ain't gonna hear about on the mainstream media, that you ain't gonna hear about on the television. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna hear about it on you know, on YouTube or nothing like that, because people ain't, you know, they ain't gonna keep it real. And you know, a lot of people be internalizing stuff. They act like they the only people that ever go through this stuff. Man, everybody go through this. Ask your parents. You know what I'm saying? Like your parents went through this. Shout out to Katsy. Yeah, I feel you. I just sit back and laugh when the stuff hits the fan. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Facts. It's been so long. It's been a long time since I worked in one of those, I call it the veggie tray environments. You know what I'm saying? Where they be having an old veggie tray sitting back on the break room table with half the plastic lifted off it for the whole doggone shift. And you sitting there like, man, why y'all got this veggie tray not in the refrigerator and sitting back here with the warm ass ranch salad dressing on it and the saran wrap halfway off the thing? I'm not about to eat none of this garbage. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? And they got it sitting back there on the break room table for flies and gnats to get in it all day. That's the veggie tray, you know what I'm saying, work environment. I don't do that. I don't do the veggie tray work environment. I don't do that at all. I don't do none of that veggie tray stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't do none of them trays with the cold cuts on it. I don't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't do none of that at all. You know what I'm saying?
Demonstrate that she knows how to do the job.
And getting on talk radio, getting on conservative talk radio, getting on radio often listened to across long rural stretches of Pennsylvania. The Democrats have been trying to solve for a long time the margin of their losses in rural areas. Right? Like she's not going to win all those big counties.
You just don't want to get blown out.
But she wants to change that margin.
Counts a big deal.
Exactly.
It's a big deal.
Exactly.
This is what campaign strategists often forget. Well, we're going to lose that. We'll just not pay attention. No. The vote you
Galdona, you said miss me with the veggie tray. Yo, facts. Forget that veggie tray. We've got a fresh veggie tray. Man, going somewhere with that veggie tray. Do you want? Nope. I got lunch. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I got lunch. You know what I'm saying? You never eat the veggie tray. You never eat the veggie tray. Listen, I'll eat the veggie tray if I get it fresh out the fridge. I break the seasoning, get the veggies first, and get the ranch while it's cold. If I don't get to it with all of those things in place, man, the veggies, that's all y'all's, man. And I know y'all gonna eat that bad boy all day like they just came out of the refrigerator. Not for me. I don't do no warm ranch dressing, and I don't do celery that bends in half like it's some damn silly putty. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Get out of the counter just as important as the ones you win. That's right. Because they add up to the whole.
And the problem that they have is they keep making efficiency decisions, right? So the efficiency decision is always going to be let's put our ad in Philadelphia. Let's make sure that the candidate goes to Philadelphia because there are more people as well. But they're totally oversaturated. No, to your point.
Yeah, let's see. Look at him. He looking mad too. He's sitting up there looking like David Allen Greer in Living Color when David Allen Greer be mad. He got the David Allen Greer face. Wait a minute, guys. This is my show. Yeah, they're not even talking to you anymore, bro. They're not giving you eye contact. You've lost control over the show. Yeah, folks sneezing on the veggie tray, bro. Don't even get me started. I don't do no potlucks and none of that neither. You know why they call it a potluck? Because it's only luck if you eat that stuff and don't be on the toilet all doggone day. You know what I'm saying?
And sometimes you got to go out. And if you go out in one rural
that's
area,
why it's called potluck.
Really
you be in luck if you don't be on the pot all damn day.
matters now. If you go out in one rural area, not only are you going to get the attention from that local media, but people in nearby towns are also going to hear that you're there, and they're going to go, okay, this is somebody, I might not even agree with them, but this is somebody who cares enough to show up.
Come out to my neighborhood.
Exactly.
See, they cut him off. They didn't even do no, this is NBC, and thanks for watching, none of that. They just, you know what I'm saying? Goodbye. So, check this out, man. Shout out to the people that mentioned Magic Johnson, right? Because we got to talk about Magic Johnson, man. We got to talk about Magic Johnson. We got to talk about Magic Johnson. Now, shout out to y'all because I did not know that Magic Johnson was from Michigan. You know what I'm saying? We're going to take a look at this. Magic Johnson and Kamala Harris rally for black male voter engagement in Flint. Now, let me ask y'all this, right? And look at Kamala Harris. She raised $1 billion in record time. I mean, with the type of donors, you got the whole Hollywood as a donor. You should get $1 billion. Like, I don't know why that's anything impressive, but okay, right? Tarek said Magic and Steph Curry too, I guess. I'm not surprised with Steph Curry. I'm not surprised. I'm going to just put it like that. Magic Johnson and Kamala Harris rally for black male voter engagement in Flint. Now, let me ask you guys this. When Magic Johnson approached black male voters with his campaign on, quote unquote, why they should vote for Kamala Harris, what do you think Magic Johnson articulated to these black men that will make them say, you know what, I'm about to go vote for Kamala Harris? Shout out to you. Shout out to Yoshiwori. Yoshiwori said Torian might be right. We gonna be here to 4. I might be here to 3:30. Look, if I get done at 3:59, I still did good though. Carlton, you crazy. Carlton crazy. He said respectfully, how is Magic Johnson still alive? It's magic. You know what I'm saying? It's all in the name, right? Like McDonald's. Do you believe in magic? I hope you do. I survived, and so can you. You know what I'm saying? If you believe in magic. So now here it says NBA legend teams up with VP to quote unquote energize black male voters in key battleground states. Now, what did Magic Johnson offer? They didn't get Larry Bird or John Stockton or Chris Mullin or anybody to go talk to no white dudes. They even went and got Steve Kerr to come talk to some black people at the DNC. They had Steve Kerr up there. You know what I'm saying? In a powerhouse play for the presidency, Vice President Kamala Harris joined forces with basketball icon Magic Johnson in Flint, Michigan, igniting a fiery rally aimed at galvanizing black male voters. I mean, if you get a basketball player as the person that you think is going to get black men to go vote for you, you literally just acted on like I mean, just, you know what I'm saying, like just go ahead and use the stereotypes as your campaign strategy portfolio. Right? Just go ahead and use the stereotype portfolio as your campaign rally strategy. I know these ninjas stay out all day playing basketball. Let me go get Magic Johnson. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, I guess. Look, listen. During that era when Magic, I was a Jordan fan around then, so I don't really care about Magic Johnson all like that. Just so you know, just so people know, you know what I'm saying? Like my dad was a Bulls fan. I'm a hardcore Bulls fan. You know what I'm saying? Like I was a Michael Jordan fan, Scottie Pippen. You know what I'm saying? Stacey King. You know what I'm saying? That era, Ron Harper. It was some former Cavs on them teams. Ron Harper was a former Cav. You know what I'm saying? Steve Kerr was a former Cav. BJ Armstrong. I wasn't no Lakers fan. I ain't never been no Lakers fan. I got respect for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and his ability. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Bill Cartwright with his ugly free throws. You know what I'm saying? Tony Kukoc holding it down. You know what I'm saying? I was a Bulls fan. I ain't rock with the Lakers. I ain't rock with no Celtics. I ain't rock with no Pistons. I ain't rock with no New York Knicks. I still don't like Doc Rivers to this day because of the New York Knicks. I don't have no other reason not to like Doc Rivers. None. I'm gonna be 100%. Doc Rivers has never done anything to me. He's a great basketball player. I think he's doing okay as a coach. I don't know. I don't like him though, bro, because you used to be over there with John Starks. You know what I'm saying? And the only Nick that I used to like was Charles Oakley, and that's because Charles Oakley from Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? And he knows some he knows some people with my family. I think he graduated with my aunt. And Brad Sellers used to play for the Bulls too. He was the mayor of Warrensville Heights. He used to play on the Warrensville Heights basketball team with my cousin. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brad Sellers. But yeah, that's it. You know what I'm saying? The Bills or the Bulls. Shout out to Tia. I respect it though. The bad boy. But look, they were a good team. It's not that I ain't, you know what I'm saying, respect they gangster. You know what I'm saying? They had Bill Cartwright. Bill Cartwright looked like your next door annoying neighbor that'll beat the brakes off you. You know what I'm saying? The whole Knicks was goons, bro. The whole team was goons. John Starks was they version of Busy Bone. You know what I'm saying? They had Anthony Mason, who was a actual football player, built NFL NBA player. You know what I'm saying? Like they had an actual running back as a forward because that's what Anthony Mason was. Like the Knicks, they had a wild lineup. Then they had Patrick Ewing. Like that was that was a lot. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, so they're trying to galvanize black males through Magic Johnson. The October 4th event saw Johnson, the NBA Hall of Famer, leveraging his star power to boost Harris' campaign and underscore the critical importance of black men's voices in the upcoming election. If they believe that black men's voices are critical, there should be something signed, sealed, and delivered for getting a certain percentage of black male voter engagement. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, I know them players on the Bad Boys. Y'all remember Vinny Microwave Johnson and Joe Dumars? Joe Dumars was sick. He was sick with it, man. That dude didn't ever miss. Like, he had to have like a 90% everything field goal percentage. Like, he had to have like a 97% three-point percentage. He probably had 100% free throw percentage. Joe Dumars, like, Isaiah Thomas was a good player. You know what I'm saying? And he was their superstar. But Joe Dumars didn't get, like, man, Joe Dumars was stupid underrated. I used to be more worried when Joe Dumars got the ball than Isaiah Thomas. Like, when in them days when like the Bulls couldn't beat the Pistons, man, look, I would start getting mad anytime Joe Dumars got the ball. I'm like, man, this fool about to score, and he about to score a 3-pointer. He about to shoot it from as soon as he hit over the half court line. Joe Dumars finna shoot, just throw the ball up, and it's about to go in. You know what I'm saying? Isaiah Thomas was good for what he did. But, like, man, Joe Dumars, he should have went on another team because, like, I think Joe Dumars could have shined like crazy on another team. You know what I'm saying? Joe Dumars was sick. He was the only, like, I was more concerned when Joe Dumars got the basketball than Isaiah Thomas. And I don't think Jordan was on Joe Dumars. I think the point guard used to guard Joe Dumars, and Isaiah Thomas was matched up with Jordan. So that even made it worse because you had a worse defensive player on Joe Dumars. So he's just shooting stuff up. You know what I'm saying? Man, I used to have a hard man watching the autumn series between the Bulls and the Knicks. I probably lost like 12 years of my life from stress. Yeah, bro. Bill Laimbeer was the thugged out white boy, bro. Bill Laimbeer, remember when he beat the brakes off of Charles Barkley? Man, Bill Laimbeer beat the brakes off of Charles Barkley. Y'all remember that? Bill Laimbeer was sick with it too. Like, this dude would blatantly elbow you right in your face, and like your head would just explode, nose bleeding all over the place, blood splurting all over the place. He threw his hands up like, I didn't do anything, ref. I ain't do anything. Like, bruh. And I don't even know why Bill Laimbeer wore that mask. Like, bro, you the one messing up everybody's face. Bill Laimbeer would for real, like, just flat out punch you. Like you got to rebound. Bill Laimbeer look to see if the ref was there. He'd just punch you like right in your ribs. Like, what is you doing? Bill Laimbeer was sick with it. Like, bro, you sick with it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, PD that remains said, I can't understand how he went from NBA. I can believe it. A lot of times in people that's real aggressive like that, like physically, like athletically, like in real life, like when they not playing athletics, like they actually like the nicest person in the world. Like, I bet you Bill Laimbeer is actually that nice, like the white next door neighbor that's real nice. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I got like some extra ribs on the grill. You want to eat something? Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? You want to play a game of basketball? Then like you play a game of basketball, y'all fighting. You know what I'm saying? All right, Lewis, take it easy, bro. Yeah, man. Hey, I don't know what's up with Bill Laimbeer, man. Bill Laimbeer was a one of a kind dude, though. You don't like you, man. You don't even get like no like tolerable like Bill. I like Bill Laimbeer. He was annoying, but like I like Bill Laimbeer because Bill Laimbeer was just that straight, average. You know who else was a white dude that I liked in the NBA that was rowdy like that? What was that dude name? He used to play for the Celtics. Not Larry Bird. Kevin McHale. Kevin McHale punch you too. Kevin McHale was a dirty ass player and didn't care. Him and Robert Parrish, bro, they'd jump you. Y'all remember Robert Parrish, old ass? He was like 50. Like he looked like a person from a black exploitation film still playing basketball in the 80s and 90s. Like it looked like John Shaft just threw on a Celtics jersey and was like, bet, let's get it. Like when he walked back to the locker room, it looked like he just threw on a leather jacket, you know what I'm saying, and like just bounced, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Danny Ainge was crazy with it too. But Danny Ainge wasn't cool though. Like I ain't really like Danny Ainge, but Danny Ainge was good too though. He was actually good. Danny Ainge could hit them threes, and he was fast bringing the ball up the court. Like Danny Ainge was like a more physical John Stockton, if you ask me. Yeah, Danny Ainge, he wasn't no joke. They had a good team with the Suns back then. They had Kevin Johnson. Kevin Johnson was a good point guard. Yeah, that's back before. Yeah, that's back when Dennis Rodman was he didn't really say too much back then. Yeah, they beat Robert Parrish and Kevin McHale. Yeah, they beat Bill Laimbeer up. I think it was somebody. It's a famous clip of the Celtics jumping somebody. I don't know who it is. I swear, Kevin McHale put him in like a full Nelson from the back, and Robert Parrish just started lighting their head up. I forget who it was that they was fighting. But the Celtics, bro, they was dirty too. You know what I'm saying? He said Paris was the Morgan Freeman of the NBA. Yeah, that's facts. Man, y'all brought me back. That's back when basketball was. Nowadays, couldn't none of that happen. None of that. Y'all remember when Michael Jordan beat the brakes off of Reggie Miller and like none of them got ejected? I can't even talk sports nowadays, Tedra, because I don't know nothing about what's going on with these sports. And these people nowadays too soft. Like, you know, like none of like if these people had to play against like Michael Jordan, they would cry. Not even because of like the skill level, but because of the roast game. Michael Jordan used to talk crazy to people when he was playing like I don't know how they didn't fight more. They used to talk shit to each other. You know what I'm saying? I don't like everybody would have everybody would get ejected. It wouldn't be no players. Everybody would get ejected. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jordan would constantly get it. Every time Michael Jordan scored in today's basketball, he would get a technical foul. Like you wouldn't even be able to play. Draymond Green will be the only one. He the only one, bro, that could survive. Facts. Yeah, he the only one. Draymond could for sure survive. Cause he got that. He might not be a superstar, but he got that toughness though. Like he's solid. Like he would be there. He would be all right. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else, nah. And see, and what was funny about it, how Draymond Green is, if he played ball back then, like would nobody even look at him like he was crazy? You know what I'm saying? Like you just be a normal, just a regular dude back then. He like is outside of his time period. Like he a period from our era for real, that just ended up in the NBA like right now. And it's like, oh, look at this cocky Draymond Green. Like, bro, everybody was like that back then. Man, are you still? You had Latrell Sprewell back then. What? You know what I'm saying? What? Niggas was knocking their coaches out back then. Like, what? What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? We had, you know what I'm saying? We had Latrell Sprewell and Allen Iverson. Like, man, what? I remember watching Allen Iverson playing for Georgetown when he was a freshman. You know what I'm saying? Larry Johnson, you know what I'm saying? The Charlotte Hornets had a little, you know what I'm saying? They had a little squad. Alonzo Mourning and Muggsy Bogues would be up there beating people up. Like, yeah, man. What? You know what I'm saying? Even these soft cats, right? Like, you know how Jadakiss be like, I'll blow you the kiss goodnight. You know what I'm saying? Isaiah Thomas, little weird ass, would actually blow you a kiss, but then whoop your ass. Like Isaiah Thomas was one of those soft, hardcore dudes. Like Isaiah Thomas, you know what I'm saying? He was soft, little funny, you know, soft spoken, you know, me and Magic. Man, Isaiah Thomas would beat your ass on the, like, he wasn't no joke. Like, he might have been soft and short and soft spoken, but that little scrappy ninja would whoop your ass out there. I seen Isaiah Thomas beat a couple people up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said, you need some Eat the Cat merch. Yeah, facts. Yeah, the whole Bad Boys, the Pistons, man. Look, man, what? Shout out to Tedra. Tedra said, I'm not a basketball fan because of the Syracuse and Georgetown rivalry. That would shut the city down. Yo, what was that dude's name? Othello. I think his name was like Othello Harrison or Othello Thompson or something like that. What was that? The coach's name of Georgetown back in the day was John Thompson. When he was the coach, I used to kind of peep Georgetown a little bit. Yo, North Carolina, when Jerry Stackhouse was on there and Rasheed Wallace, listen, man, I watched the Fab Five, you know what I'm saying, with Michigan when they went to the NCAA championship. The NCAA used to be lit. It's lame too nowadays. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, are you going to do a reaction to the 60 Minutes interview? I believe it or not, like, I actually watched it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? To me, honestly, like, I wasn't really impressed with it all like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't think, to me, right? I think that interview was the first accurate interview that Kamala Harris had. Like, that's how all her interviews should have looked. Like, I didn't think it was nothing spectacular. I just think, like, if all of the interviewers were doing their job, then they all would look like that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what we saw when we watched the 60 Minutes interview was just how an interview should have looked for her incapable ass, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think? I mean, I could do it if I got some time. I don't have as much time as I used to be able to stream and make content. But if I could fit it in, though, I might be able to get it in either today or tomorrow. If y'all want the 60 Minutes interview, let me know. Shout out to AB. AB said we should react to it. What, you want to do it on Reacts? If y'all want to do it on Reacts, you know what I'm saying? We could do that. Just let me know. You know what I'm saying? She got a layup in the interview, did she? See, let me shut up, man. I'm about to shut up. I'm not about to say nothing. I was about to say some stupid stuff. SD Johnson said she couldn't even answer the question on 60 Minutes. Bro, could you imagine that? She don't never answer questions. Ever. When do she ever answer a question directly? What time you trying to do it at on Sunday? Let me know, and you know what I'm saying? Just hit me up, AB, and let me know what times you're looking at on Sunday, and hopefully I'll be able to do it. Depending on what time, I should be able to do it. She don't never answer questions, bro. Never. That to me is a big thing. If you ask me a question, I'm about to answer that question to the T. There's not going to be any room for you to not be like, I didn't answer the question. Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out to Tia. Tia says Kamala has ruined her own campaign with excessive talking. Yeah. Diarrhea of the mouth. Facts. Joe Biden got actual diarrhea. You know what I'm saying? And she got diarrhea of the mouth. So now here it says Magic Johnson's longstanding support for Kamala Harris. Johnson, whose relationship with Harris spans over 2 decades, didn't hold back his endorsement. I'm here because I've known Kamala Harris for 20 years, he declared, recounting his and wife Cookie's unwavering support through Harris's political ascension. Not to mention, now the biggest moment for us is November 5th. We have to do all that we can to elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Now, okay, so here's my thing, right? Why do we have to do that? I get it. You were friends with her. You've known her for 20 years. That's fine. But why do I need to vote for her? Because you knew her for 20 years. I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Magic Johnson. Like, bro, go ahead and vote for her. I'm not going to stop you. Ain't going to be me at the booth keeping you out of there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to be nowhere near you. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, why do I have to vote for her? Because you're voting for her. You know what I'm saying? Tell me why I should vote for her. What has she done for you where you have said, I'm going to support her? You know what I'm saying? So now we're going to address the black male voter concerns. Shout out to the black males, aka what they call us, the low information voters. That's what they call us. That's what Democrats and white people call us, low information voters. Shout out to my low information voters in the building. Let's see what kind of information they got for us, since we're so dumb and we need our hands held, right? Let's see what they got. You know what I'm saying? The Lakers legends pitch to black men was direct and urgent. Our black men, we got to get them out to vote. That's number one. Haven't told me anything in his, and no offense, bro, but I'm not your black man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not anybody's black man. I don't do that whole the RP. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? What you selling me? You know what I'm saying? Don't give me none of that preachy nonsense. Don't give me none of that family mess. Shout out to 50 Cent. What you got for me? You know what I'm saying? What you got for me, bruh? Ain't playing no games here. You know what I'm saying? What's the look? Shout out to Carlton. I'm reverting. What the product hitting for? You know what I'm saying? What you got in there? How much is it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Johnson emphasized taking aim at Harris' opponents' unfulfilled promises to the community. Okay, so what community are we talking about? We talking about the American community? We talking about the whose community? When people say vague terms like quote unquote the community, which one? It's a lot of communities. This the party of intersectionality, and they don't tell you what community they talking about. Right? This the party of identity politics, but when it's time to specifically talk to somebody based on their identity, all of a sudden they all lives matter in everybody. Right? The rallying cry aligns with the recently launched Athletes for Harris Coalition, where Johnson serves as the co-chair, mobilizing sports figures and fans alike to back the vice president's bid for the White House. So, yo, check it. Big money behind the president with the, sports people, right? Again, what y'all need us for? Why do you think? Listen, man, I don't know if people are, hey, y'all hit the like button real quick. You know what I'm saying? Share the stream. I don't know if anybody is aware of this or not, but all black men are not athletes. All black men are not rappers. Shout out to DeAndre for being a like enforcer. Why do you think that every single black male is going to relate to sports? Listen, man, let me ask y'all something, man. You ever seen them have a rally at the hockey rink, the hockey arena, the ice arena for white people? You ever seen them go to, like, what do they call that? Like the PGA Open, the golf or whatever for the white people? It's a lot of white people that's interested in the UFC. I would say UFC, you know what I'm saying? It's probably about equal, probably about 50-50. Might be a little bit more white people, in maybe 60-40, maybe 60-40 with white people and black people in the UFC. I've never seen them, you know what I'm saying? We're going to go get Chael Sonnen and talk to y'all about conservative values. And Chael Sonnen is an actual conservative. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them racist white boys that is in the UFC, you know what I'm saying? They would, you know what I'm saying? They would go, the whole Ryan Garcia route, you know what I'm saying? N-word politics, right? What they do, the race obsession, right? But they never come at them with that. They never used one hockey player to talk to white people about politics. Now, mind you, white people watch more sports than hockey. I'm not saying that they don't, right? But that's a sport that's predominantly white. Don't let no black people get into it, you know what I'm saying? Because then it's going to be predominantly black. Because I be peeping hockey sometimes, and I be like, that's some stuff that, you know what I'm saying? That would be very easily adoptable, you know what I'm saying? Be just like the neighborhood. Once one of us get in, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be black ice after that, you know what I'm saying? But, right? So we got to ask ourselves this question. Why don't they do that? Why don't they do that? Let me ask you guys this. On what level can you relate to an athlete? Income? Work schedule? Home price? Vehicle price? Travel? College experience? On what level can you relate to an athlete? So I don't understand why they would get somebody that's unrelatable. I would say that athletes are unrelatable to the majority of black men. Shout out to SD. SD said we got some folks in hockey. I thought it was like one or two brothers in hockey. Shout out to the brothers in hockey. I ain't mad at it. Not mad at it. Get that check. You know what I'm saying? I want to know how we relatable to the athletes, though. I'm gonna go get Magic Johnson to go talk to you. You don't really need to. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? But okay, sure, whatever. Endorsement and commitment to progress. Johnson's faith in Harris is rock solid. Okay, again, that's why Johnson should vote for her, right? Why should I vote for her? I don't care what Magic Johnson is going to do. Why should I do it? You can count on her to deliver on what she is going to do, he asserted. Now, how can you count on her to deliver what she's going to do if even Democrats have questioned her history of flip-flopping? How can you do how does that work? How does that work? I can count on her to do, you know what I'm saying, what she says she's going to do. I'm a flip-flop. Now, I can count on you to not start this fracking, right? That not anymore. You know what I'm saying? We all about it. First day, we fracking. What? You know what I'm saying? Listen, vote blue no matter who. You know what I'm saying? I want the borders wide open. You know what I'm saying? Like legs at a brothel. You know what I'm saying? And everybody just coming in and out. You know what I'm saying? Ah, we going on that border security now. What? What? You know what I'm saying? I can trust you to deliver pizza, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So now it says she'll be a president for all people, no matter the race, language, sexual orientation, or party line. Now, here's the thing, right? Literally, whoever wins the presidency will by default be the same thing. So this isn't a bragging point. Right? I don't know why that needs to be announced. We don't live in an ethno state. So, of course, whoever wins the presidency is going to be the presidency for all of the ethnicities, races, genders, religions, and everything else that are encompassed in the United States. That's a given. That comes with the job, right? So now is the challenge of engaging black male voters. And, you know, they're going to come up with some way to romanticize this. What they're ultimately saying is that we're dumb. Where'd they get that from? That's my question for you guys. Where'd they get that from? You're dumb. We need to be able to engage you. We need you to do what we tell you to. Basically, that's what we consider engagement. Yet the road to securing black male votes is fraught with challenges. A growing disillusionment with the Democratic Party has created an opening for Republicans to court this crucial demographic. Kenneth Clark, a cybersecurity manager, voiced the skepticism felt by many. What did it exactly do to us? What did it do to our communities? Exactly. This sentiment reflects a broader frustration with political rhetoric that fails to translate into tangible community empowerment. How do they plan on dealing with this? Now, mind you, right? Magic Johnson got a lot of money. So he's not really going to be on that frequency, right? Go ahead and vote. New allies and support for Kamala Harris. So as you guys can see here, right? They really don't go into how she plans to sell a product to the black male voters. Black male voters, you need to just put your head down in shame and don't be a race traitor and vote for somebody that is questionably your race. Because it's all based in simping. You need to do what this woman tells you to. You need to be defined by this woman, and your loyalty and everything about you is defined by any woman other than your mother who says so. Because it's all about simping. Anything involving race, in most cases, because everything involving race originated with them folks, right, is all based in simping. Them folks use a matrilineal heritage. Even their DNA, how they consider themselves with the family tree, is based on simping. You know what I'm saying? And I stand on that. I'm not Kamala Harris. If somebody asks me about that 5, 10, 15 years later, I'm going to say the same thing. And I'm going to show with facts why I'm saying it. And then, of course, it'll be deemed misinformation because people don't like it. I don't care if people like it or not. It's the truth. Tell me I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you like me or not. Tell me if I'm wrong. Right? So what we have to do is we have to create generations of shame-sensitive simps who will be MK Ultra'd when they hear certain shaming terms. A switch will flip and you will immediately do what you're shamed into doing. That's what Ricky Smiley and them tried to do. Starting to not work. Starting to not work. You know what I'm saying? New alliances and support for Harris. However, the tide may be turning in a significant shift. Justice, equality, and economics PAC, representing 50,000 black men in Georgia, has thrown its weight behind Harris. Omar Ali, the group's leader, cited Harris's commitment to minority, not black-owned, minority-owned businesses as a key factor. How many of these minority-owned businesses are on the S&P 500 or in the NASDAQ? And what is Kamala Harris's presidency going to do to help get those companies on a pathway to being publicly traded? See, these are questions that you should ask. Hey, shout out to Unsunken One. That's what's good, bro. Congratulations. We glad you're here. Right? These are the questions that we gotta ask enterprise level questions, not corner store level questions, right? And so we come in with the enterprise questions. What are you gonna do that's gonna take my business from being a mom and pop shop to where I got 500 employees and I'm publicly traded? Don't come at me with this BS, this McDonald's stuff. If I could franchise 1 or 2 McDonald's, you know what I'm saying? I want to be listed on the NASDAQ. I want to be global. Right? We finally have a Democratic candidate that actually is listening and actually asking us what we want, Ali remarked, highlighting the importance of genuine engagement with black voters. The importance of, now, again, has she offered a solution to any issues? Nothing that we've read, right? Nothing that we read. She hasn't offered a solution in any of this. The importance of mobilization. The Flint rally underscores the high stakes of this election for black male voters. What are the high stakes? With influential figures like Magic Johnson stepping onto the political court. Isn't that cute? They even put it into basketball terms for us. Hey, everybody throw your binkies in the sky. They even put it into sporting terms for us to help us understand. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they give us a basketball with our Happy Meal next, right? The message is clear. Every vote is a game changer. Look, they did it again. Get the cheerleaders, pom-poms. You know what I'm saying? As November 5th looms, the pressure is on for both candidates to address the concerns of black men head on, moving beyond emotional appeals to concrete action plans. It should have been like this. The fact that they're acknowledging this and that they know that this is what the issue is, that literally shows that they've not done this purposely. Shout out to Tia for being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some radiation emoji, some thumbs up, you know, some ducks and membership emoji in the chat for Tia. Appreciate you, Tia. Johnson's involvement in the Athletes for Harris Coalition signals a broader trend of sports figures using their platforms for political engagement. This intersection of sports and politics, intersection of sport, where's the sports intersecting at? It's just Magic Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Could prove pivotal in energizing younger voters. Not no younger voters know who Magic Johnson is, and bridging the gap between celebrity influence and civic duty. And that gap there shouldn't even be any type of fusion between celebrity influence and civic duty, unless the celebrity happens to become a politician. You know what I'm saying? As the campaign trail heats up, Harris's team is doubling down on the community outreach. The vice president's recent appearance on the All the Smoke podcast, with NBA champions Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson demonstrate her commitment to meeting voters where they are, engaging in frank discussions about issues that matter most to the Black community. Weed and sports. Let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all got your NBA championship ring on right now? If you got your NBA championship ring on right now, give me some flames in the chat. If you do not have a NBA championship ring, and Charles Barkley, you know what I'm saying, you could actually comment and put something in the chat too, because you don't have an NBA championship ring. I don't think. Charles Barkley ain't got no NBA championship, do he? Did he win one in his older years when he latched onto another team because he couldn't take his own team to the playoffs? I can't remember. Then put a clown face in the chat. So now here it says the Flint rally serves as a powerful reminder of the collective strength of the Black vote. Magic Johnson's presence not only lent star power to the event, but also personified the potential for individual success to translate into community uplift. His call to action resonates beyond the basketball court, challenging Black men to view their votes as crucial plays in the game of democracy. Isn't that cute? They're using basketball terms, y'all. Isn't that cute? They got basketball-themed onesies for all of us. With the clock ticking down to Election Day, the Harris campaign is banking on this full-court press. They did it again to secure the victory. You know what I'm saying? Let me guess, the shot clock is running down. You know what I'm saying? The partnership between a political powerhouse and a sports legend may just be the alley-oop needed to slam dunk Harris into the Oval Office. As Magic Johnson and Kamala Harris stand united in Flint, their message is clear. In the game of politics, every player counts. And it's time for Black men to make their moves. I guess we better get to that voting booth and do a full court press. Get the hell out of here with this corny ass shit. Let me ask y'all this, man. How many people cool with people just talking to them like they're a second grader? I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. Now, shout out to, right? Shout out to the, to the people that know me in real life, or, people that will meet me in real life, right? Talking to me crazy like that, that's a real quick way. That's a instant. If you ever wanted to bet on something, that's a guarantee. That is a guarantee way to get instant bad side. You know what I'm saying? Instant bad side. You getting it. You know what I'm saying? Now, they sit up here and lie in this article, and I think it's important. Y'all gotta agree with Caldona. They can't possibly be serious about this campaign. They come in with nursery rhymes and all this. You know what I'm saying? They can't possibly be serious. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said talking that way might work on the monolith, but not on me, bro. Facts. Talking that way gonna get you into a verbal altercation fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? For real. You talking, what the fuck you say? You know what I'm saying? You're talking to me like you crazy, like I'm some type of, you know what I'm saying? You see a handicap sticker anywhere, motherfucker? That's what that'll get you from me. You see a handicap sticker anywhere? You know what I'm saying? I got a helmet on. That's what that'll get you from me. Shout out to DC Precise. I see what you did there. Yeah, you go talking to me crazy. Turn this bitch up. Swing the remix God. I'll tear this bitch up. Turn this bitch up. I will. Turn this bitch up. I will. Turn this bitch up. I'll tear this bitch up. Yeah, hold on now. You know what I'm saying, bro? Come on, man. Stop. I'm a full grown ass man. Like, stop. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Shit. So now here's this vote to live. Mobilizing Black male voters ahead of Election Day. So how they plan on mobilizing these Black male voters? They didn't tell us with the Magic Johnson thing. This initiative represents a significant effort to mobilize Black male voters in a critical election year. So what this means is that every Black voter should know what voting for a Kamala Harris presidency will get us, right? And from what I understand and from what I hear from the Biden, or from what I hear from the Kamala Harris campaign and what I hear from Kamala Harris supporters, is that what voting for Kamala Harris will get us is not Trump and a qualified black woman as the president. And I guess by proxy, somehow, there's supposed to be some trickle-down benefits that are going to manifest into something. I don't know what. So, to all the black guys in here, shout out to my fellas, right? What are we supposed to get? We're a race traitor if we don't vote for Kamala Harris. They got Tiffany Henyard. You attacking on a black woman. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now, here's my question. How many people remember what happened when Ice Cube went on to Fox Soul? What happened to Ice Cube when he went on to Fox Soul? Y'all remember that? What happened? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he got attacked. He got jumped on the show. Shout out to AW1. SD Johnson said that people turned away from him. The monolith. Yeah. They cut him off and disrespected him. One of the main things that they basically did was, they yoked him up, threw him up in the corner. It was all the women, right? I had to pause and think about that. Like, shut up. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, they yoked him up, threw him in the corner. Ice Cube. Hey. You know what I'm saying? What y'all do that for? They wanted to have something specific in the contract for Black America for them. Ice Cube said, well, Black women are Black people, so it should just be implied that you will benefit from all of this. They said, we want something specifically for Black women. Ice Cube said, all right, bet, I'm going to update it. Because that's a female. You know what I'm saying? But here go my thing, right? Honestly, I think people kind of didn't really get the message from that. I think that everybody is under such gender war hypnosis that they didn't get the takeaway. The takeaway is that a closed mouth don't get fed, and them chicks didn't close their mouth and they got fed. But here's another takeaway. If you ask me, the only thing that's going on right now with Kamala Harris, she just getting Fox sold. That's all. I mean, people asking, what you gonna do? What are you going to offer in return for your vote? The ladies on Fox Soul told Ice Cube, hey, you got to put something in here for Black women, specifically for Black women. People can say what they want about that, right? But I don't see nothing wrong with the strategy. Now, they might have went at him all unprofessional and, you know what I'm saying, hit him with the homie the clown sock, you know what I'm saying, and all that. Okay, you know what I'm saying, whatever, right? A little bit crude. He put him in there. Okay, cool. Now, We asking Kamala Harris the same thing that the people on Fox Soul was asking Ice Cube. That's how I see it. But interestingly, right, them people ain't race traitors. You know what I'm saying? For going at Cube like that, right? They didn't, they're not turning away from black, like none of that at all. None of the same critiques. If you ask me, it's the same action, different critiques. So if you ask me, right, this is just Kamala Harris's time on Fox Soul. It's just a little bit longer than Ice Cube's because Ice Cube wasn't running for the president. She's running for the president. Ice Cube was just trying to sell, some ideas that he wanted people to get behind. She's actually running for the president. So it's a little bit more crucial, a little bit more important. And you got to come with something with a little bit more dedication and a little bit more material. So what you see going on right now between Kamala Harris and this constituency here that she seems to be having a little bit of a rough time with, it ain't no different than what the ladies on Fox Soul did to Ice Cube, right? Shout out to AW1. Now, Kevin Samuels had an agenda behind, what he was doing as far as, doing that content. And a lot of these people, man, like, it's a lot of these people that, like, politics is not really the thing, like, it's not really the soul of their content. It's not really what they talk about, but they'll take something political and try to match it up in politics. Like, you got the whole gender war thing going on, and you know what I'm saying? So, like, people use that, and you know what I'm saying? It just, sometimes it's true and sometimes it correlates, right? But, with Kevin Samuels, if he talked about politics all the time, I would take it more serious. Now, Kevin Samuels did talk about politics, you know what I'm saying, here and there, but a lot of times content creators like Kevin Samuels genderize politics to attempt to make, whatever type of talking points it is that they making about, the dating game or market value, sexual market value and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't really, like, get political content from that type of genre of content. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watch that type of genre of content and I might get other things from it, but not so much the politics. Then people they can't separate gender war stuff from the politics. And like, I can't deal with that. You know what I'm saying? I can't deal with it. It don't make any, to me, it's not something that I dealt with or experienced. And on top of it, I'm not a simp. So I can't ever see, I never grew up with a male getting bossed by a female. And I don't get bossed by no female. So I can't, like, these are things that are alien to me that I can't even relate to. Just like somebody speaking to me in a different language. You know what I'm saying? Like, I listen to, like, the people say, oh, well, these people follow. They do. People follow their woman. Like, why are you following your woman? Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Like, whatever. I didn't see that growing up. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that, if for people that works for, shout out to them. Not telling anybody how to live their life. This is just my perspective of where my content is coming from. It's not something that I ever did, not something I ever plan on doing, not something that I saw growing up. You know what I'm saying? So, like, coming from that type of perspective of men feeling like they need to get free from women and all this, like, I ain't never been no prisoner or no woman. So I don't understand no, you know what I mean? I don't know. That whole concept is just kind of bizarre to me. You know what I'm saying? But I'll check it out, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to check it out. And yeah, shout out to, and that's why I say shout out to you, bro. Shout out to AW1 because, like, when I say things, sometimes if I say something, it might not be, it might not be relatable to people because everybody don't live the same life. And I respect that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to go in on somebody because they grew up or had a different type of life than me. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. It's just, I can't be the person to speak on that body of content. Like, I couldn't say one thing, yay or nay, in that type of situation. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron Jones. Cameron Jones says, if you follow your woman, she won't like it. See, like, I wouldn't even know how to do it. I don't even know how to. I don't know. I don't even know how to do it. I never seen that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I just, to me, like, it don't make sense. Like, I don't know. Like, I just can't see, like, to me, like, that seemed like the type of situation where you just setting yourself up to, like, walk home one day and your woman is getting smashed by, like, you know what I'm saying, somebody that you don't like. That's an open door invitation. Like, you inviting that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? You gonna come in and, you know what I'm saying, somebody got her twisted up like a pretzel, and you like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro, that's kind of what you know what I'm saying? Go back, like they call it at work, go back and do a process evaluation. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says a new $4 million initiative called, look, and it's almost 4:00. See, I was trying to hurry up and get done, so Torian would be wrong, but Torian about to be right. A new $4 million initiative called Vote to Live is set to launch, aiming to engage and mobilize Black male voters in key battleground states ahead of Election Day. The effort is spearheaded by the Collective PAC, one of the largest political action committees supporting Black candidates. Quentin James, founder and leader of Collective PAC, emphasized the initiative's nonpartisan approach and encouraging Black men to exercise their voting rights. Now, one of those voting rights is to not vote, right? But they don't encourage you to do that one. The campaign will focus on educating Black men on voter registration processes because, you know, we're too dumb to read an application, providing free transportation to polling because none of us own cars, you know what I'm saying, places during early voting, hiring community members for direct neighborhood engagement, hosting events at historically Black colleges and universities because we all went to historically Black colleges. We all went to historically Black universities, every single one of us. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go to a historically Black university. You know what I'm saying? Some of us went to predominantly white universities. I believe it or not, I actually think that more Black people went to and have gone to predominantly white universities than historically Black universities. You know what I'm saying? That historically Black university part, that's catering to Kamala Harris. That's not catering to those Black male voters. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. That's not catering to us. You know what I'm saying? Vote to Live will primarily target 6 crucial states: Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, with additional outreach in Arizona and Nevada. And I don't know why they're targeting Ohio. Like, Ohio is red. Like, we've been red for the last couple of times. Ohio used to be a swing state back in the day. Not anymore. You know what I'm saying? But they're just in denial. You know what I'm saying? The goal is to register 50,000 Black voters and provide 100,000 Uber vouchers for round trip transportation during early voting. So, I mean, they like think that people don't even have cars. Shout out to Tedra. Tedra said she went to a PWI. Yeah, I think a bunch of people went to a PWI. And I didn't go to no PWI. Like, I ain't going to no, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how it is on YouTube, it's automatically extreme. So if you didn't go to a Black university, you simply did it because you was cooning and you just ain't want to give business to a Black. That's what it was. Like, no, it's not what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to the university that I could afford that was close to my house. I think the closest historically Black university to me was Central State. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to go that far from my home. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't think I think if you look at a majority of Black people, the majority of Black people went to PWIs. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care. Like I said, you know, I ain't got nothing to hide, man. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? That ain't, it is what it is. You know, they'll come up with all kind of, on YouTube, they'll come up with all kind of conspiracy theories about why you went to a PWI. You know what I'm saying? Like, That's not why I went to a PWI. You know what I'm saying? No, you know what I'm saying? Like some of that stuff was there. You know what I'm saying? And hell yeah, I partied it up. You know what I'm saying? My 4 years of college, but I didn't choose to go to a PWI, quote unquote, over a over a historically black university because I hate myself. YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Binary tube, you know what I'm saying? But like, you got to put them disclaimers out there, right? Because of YouTube, you know? You got to put the disclaimers out there because of you. Like, y'all make the environment, you know what I'm saying? So we got to live in the environment, right? You know what I'm saying? They want a nicer, less hostile environment than be nicer and less hostile. You know what I'm saying? But if we got to be hostile on this to survive, then it is what it is. You hugging a cactus, right? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, John Guillory. What's good with you, bro? Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man, John Guillory, for funding the organization for 19 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Right. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, Rob, why didn't you go to the FDMG Academy? Because you know why, bro. I'm just like everybody else. I'm buck broken. I'm a loser. I'm dumb. You know what I'm saying? I'm low information. Anything that you could think of, bro, that's what it is. I hate myself, right? All of that. All of that. You know what I'm saying? You know, they got to, this is YouTube, bro. YouTube got the answers for everything. There's like 75 professionals in every comment section that can psychoanalyze your life moves by projecting their shortcomings onto you. You ain't know where we at. You know what I'm saying? You ain't know where we was at. You know what I'm saying? We with the digital monolith. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says James highlighted the alarming trend of misinformation targeting black men online. Black men are now the #1 targets for misinformation online. Where did they get this statistic from? The initiative aims to combat misleading narratives and provide accurate information about the voting process. I want to know where they got this. Like, what group is #2? Who's the #2 targeted by misinformation? The campaign seeks to counter substantial investments aimed at persuading black men to shift their political alliance from Democrats to former President Trump. So that's the misinformation. Like, the misinformation is don't go vote for Trump. Shout out to AV Promotions. AV said they got money for the Uber voucher. I think the Uber voucher is coming from the super PAC, not from the actual Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? Vote to Live aims to equip black men with information to make informed decisions. It sounds to me like they're looking to equip black men with information to make you only consider voting for a Democrat. Now, mind you, if the Democrat is a Democrat worth voting for, right? Well, then by all means, right? But in this particular situation, I don't think that that's the case. In addition to direct outreach, the initiative plans to partner with Turnout the Vote, hiring 250 voting ambassadors to engage their communities about the electoral process. A Get Out to Vote bus tour in collaboration with Service Employees International Union and the NAACP will make stops in battleground states. To galvanize support, Vote to Live will host homecoming parties, right, at HBCUs and organize Party at the Polls. There you go. Events in 6 key states on October 26th. These events aim to create a festive atmosphere around voting and encourage the early turnout. What y'all think about that, man? What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Is that appropriate? If y'all think that that's appropriate, give me a thumbs up. If y'all think that that's inappropriate, give me a thumbs down. I think it's inappropriate and disrespectful. Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you something. This is I want people to understand this, right? Forget what these old people is talking about. These old people on YouTube must not have raised no kids. Because I'm going to tell y'all about how I was raised. My dad told me when you're handling business, you handle business. Fun is separate from business, and business and fun never cross. So when you're supposed to be in a mind state of critical thinking and analytics and analyzing stuff, and you're handling business, partying, you're handling business. How many people's parents used to tell them, this is grown folks' business? See, like it's a lot of people that fake online. You know what I'm saying? They try to act like they something that they wasn't. Nah, I actually got that told to me when I was a kid. My mom and dad would be talking about something. I wouldn't even be trying to get involved in a business. You know what I'm saying? Yo, look, can I get something to drink out the fridge? Hey, don't you see grown folks talking? Stay out of grown folks' business. Oh shit, my bad. Go back down. I'm going to go back downstairs with my little brother to play Nintendo real quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got to set the tone. You got to set the mood. Politics is business. There's no partying there. There's no festivities there. That's, you know what I'm saying? You put on some decent clothes. You know what I'm saying? You throw your cufflinks on, business shirt, tie a Windsor knot, and you go in there ice cold, task oriented. This right here is a knock on our culture. You just go party and sign a contract. What? No. Hard handshake, eye-to-eye contact, notepad and a nice pen. That's how you do business. Stern voice, poker face. You know what I'm saying? Not Tahitian treating the boombox. You feel me? Let me ask y'all this. Shout out to, you know, the people that saw their parents buy a house. You know what I'm saying? You know, those of us that grew up in a time period where their parents had to go somewhere and, you know, pay the bills or something like that, or go to the bank, dress nice. You know what I'm saying? And you go take care of business. Now, speaking of Kevin Samuels, now that's some stuff that Kevin Samuels said that, you know what I'm saying, like I can get down with the whole image thing, right? That's important. I don't know who can honestly say that partying and business is something that they did or saw growing up. You know, a lot of times people just cop to this stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? We all used to do that. I don't know what type of household some of these people grew up in. I didn't grow up in no household like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know what I'm saying? My dad told me when the times was when I had to have a Windsor knot tied, the business suit on, certain situations and how I need to conduct myself in those situations. And politics is business, and business is politics. And you don't mix partying and business. I mean, you know, even if you didn't grow up in a household where, you know, you had a family member giving you family values, even in the street, that's something that is translates to the street. You're really not supposed to mix partying and business in the street. It's the same thing at work. You know what I'm saying? You're not really, you know, you're not supposed to, like they say, shit where you eat at. All of those is renditions of all the same things. You know what I'm saying? You don't go on a shopping spree with your savings account. Like it's all the same shit. So again, like see, like something like this is gonna turn somebody like me off. You talking about like doing something important, and like I'm the type of person, like if I have a business engagement that I got to deal with, Like, I'm getting ready for that business engagement like 2 or 3 days before. So I'm ready. Everything is crisp. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, creases ironed and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not coming in there late. I'm not coming in there slow. I'm coming in there clean cut, fresh, information off the top, notes ready to go. What's up? You know what I'm saying? I'm not coming in there, you know what I'm saying, like about to ask the DJ to play my favorite song. You sound crazy. I don't waste my time with that type of mess. If I see that that's what's going on, man, I'm out. I ain't got time for it. I'm there for the business. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't organized, I'm there for the business. I got to go. If you ain't put the same type of effort and organization into what you presenting me with that I put into getting prepared for your presentation, you just made the deal. I'm done. I'm done. You know what I'm saying? So now here says the campaign plan to collaborate, the plans to collaborate with, and listed first, celebrities, right? Now listen, they present you with this stuff, right? See, they present other people with presenting them with business owners because they want those people to own businesses. They put celebrities first here in the list, right? Because how do they list ingredients on that label? Ingredients from most important or the most in volume to last, right? So this is why they want the collaboration with the celebrities. A celebrity is not going to know how to or tell you to start a business or to become financially independent. Celebrities only know how to get rich based off of a paycheck that comes from somebody that has, you know what I'm saying, headwear that they can hold with tweezers. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way they know how to generate any money. They want to keep you dependent on that. They want to make you a paycheck slave. Go talk to a celebrity so they could tell you how to get a big contract by going to a Diddy party, you know what I'm saying, and letting somebody use your body like a sexual pinata. Like, nah, I'm good. It's not what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Athletes, social media influencers for advertising and promotional efforts aiming to reach a broader audience and inspire more Black men to participate in the electoral process. This initiative represents a significant effort to mobilize Black male voters in this critical election year. By focusing on election transportation and community engagement, the campus aims to, quote unquote, empower Black men to take an active role in shaping their political future. The fact that there's something that has to aim to empower Black men to do this, and that Black men are not seen as empowered to do this already on our own, is highly problematic. That's highly problematic. If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. The Vote to Live campaign emerges at a time when voter engagement and turnout are increasingly crucial in determining election outcomes. With the presidential race projected to be close, the influence of Black male voters could indeed be significant. The focus on combating misinformation is particularly timely. In an era of digital information overload, providing accurate, accessible information about voting processes and their rights is essential for maintaining the integrity of the democratic process. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How much have you all learned about what you plan on voting for or not voting for this year? Does anybody know why they're doing what they're doing? Because see, like the idea of quote unquote empowerment is not just to get somebody to do what I tell them to. The idea is that you have your own power, your own intellectual and political power to do what you want to do on your own. Is autonomy. You're not really empowered if I programmed you to do what I told you to do. That's not empowerment. That's called programming. There's a lot of people that shout out empowerment all the time, and what they're doing is programming. You know what I'm saying? If you don't do the exact same thing as me, I'm not going to hate you. I'm not going to call you names. I'm not going to try to shame you. The only thing that I expect you to do is make an informed, intellectually honest decision. That's it. You know, we don't have to be cookie cutters of each other. You know what I'm saying? If you do, why did you do this? Well, I did this because of X, Y, Z. Okay, bet. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? People aren't trained to be open-minded. People are trained to be machines. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. Make sure y'all show DeAndre some love for enforcing the likes. The initiative's emphasis on early voting and providing transportation addresses practical barriers. Look at this, providing transportation. This article hasn't said one thing that they plan on doing for black male voters. All they're talking about is logistics, how they going to get you to the poll or not. It's just logistics, you know. By removing these obstacles, Vote to Live aims to increase participation rates among a demographic that has historically faced challenges in accessing the polls. Let me ask you, what historic challenges have we faced in accessing the polls, despite, pre-civil rights era when, they had people there trying to kill us, right? But since then, what access do we not have to the polls? All the celebrities have access to the polls. Why don't they let us use their Lambos and Land Cruisers and Rolls Royces to drive? I don't want no limousine. Yo, listen, check this out, man. Look, hey, if one of these celebrities let me use their Maybach, I'll drive to the poll. Since you want to fuse celebrities in politics, give me one of your Lambos and I'm going to drive that bad boy right to the poll. I don't want to use no Tesla. I want to use your Maybach. The engagement of HBCUs is another strategic element of the campaign. And again, everybody didn't go. The majority of people didn't go to a HBCU. And now, again, yes, please actually engage the HBCUs. Nobody's saying to not engage them. But what I'm saying is that you're cut. Now, they talk about cutting off a whole group of people. You're cutting off a whole group of people. You know what I'm saying? These institutions have long been centers of political activism and engagement in the black community. Well, let me ask you guys this. How's that worked out? Kamala Harris, she went to a HBCU, right? How successful has she been at this? By tapping into this network, Vote to Live can leverage existing community structures to amplify its message. However, the campaign's success will likely depend on its ability to resonate with a diverse range of black male voters across different age groups and socioeconomic backgrounds. The use of celebrities and influencers may help in reaching young voters, but engaging older, more established community members may require different strategies. I disagree. I think that the older established community members, in many cases, not in all, those are the people that's just going to fly off the ledge and vote for her. You know what I'm saying? I think they got it backwards. They're a little bit dyslexic on that one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cindy. Cindy says she's not a good representative. Yeah, I would agree. Who are some good representatives of some HBCUs? Are there any? I'm just asking. I know a lot of them, you know what I'm saying, they on that blue side of the game. They on that. I don't know how it happens, but it seems like they all somehow end up on that blue side of the game. That's kind of strange. If there's not any type of, agenda or anything behind it, right? You know what I'm saying? The use of celebrities and influencers may help in reaching young voters, but engaging older, more established community members may require different strategies. Moreover, the nonpartisan nature of the campaign presents both opportunities and challenges. While it allows for a broader appeal, it also requires carefully navigating the highly polarized political landscape without appearing to favor any particular party or candidate. Election day approaches, initiatives like Vote to Live will play a crucial role in shaping voter turnout and engagement. Their impact could extend beyond this election cycle, potentially influencing long-term patterns of civic participation among black men. Ultimately, the success of Vote to Live and similar campaigns will be measured not just in voter registration numbers or turnout rates, but in the degree to which they empower Black men to become active, informed participants of the democratic process. I disagree. I disagree. These things should be measured in terms of quadrannual improvement in disparities that mirror popular voting initiatives. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, yes, I'm voting for Jill Stein because she is for reparations for FBA. Shout out to you, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. I don't even know any. I don't really know a lot. I shouldn't say any. I don't know a lot of FBA who are even voting for Jill Stein, which is extremely weird, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? Interesting, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't hear a lot of people talking about her, which is, again, weird, right? So shout out to you, man. You know what I'm saying? For sure. You know what I'm saying? For the vote. You know what I'm saying? For the love, right? You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? I ain't, you know what I'm saying? You throw that smoke signal out there like, yo, what's up with you throw that smoke signal out there like, yo, what's up with Jill Stein, bro? You think you in the desert, you know what I'm saying? The ragweed, you know what I'm saying, start blowing across the driveway, you know what I'm saying, and the sandstorm start popping up, you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Jill Stein went on there, she went on to the Breakfast Club and she got jumped. You know what I'm saying? She told Angela Rye that, she was using white supremacist talking points. Angela Rye ain't like that. She ain't like that. Who made that song? That's that shit I don't like. She was up there like Chief Keef. That's that shit I don't like. You white and you call me a white supremacist. That's that shit I don't like. Don't like. Yeah, she was on there. Don't like. She was mad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I don't really see too many people banging for Jill Stein. No, you know what I'm saying? Jill Stein, she went on the Breakfast Club and took a little bit of abuse. You know what I'm saying? They had, Charlemagne was, you know what I'm saying? He was propped up, you know what I'm saying? Looking like he had an arthritic back or something. DJ Envy looked like he was, you know what I'm saying? Checking his Cash App, seeing if Senior Pizza or, what's his name? Cesar Pena has sent him a couple racks on Cash App. And Jill Stein was, may I talk? May I please talk? I'll answer your question if you let me talk. I think Jill Stein had to ask if she answered a question to talk like 6 or 7 times. Yeah, shout out to DC Precise. The other monolith didn't give permission for, they didn't give permission for Jill. So, you know what I'm saying? Jill got used in content and, that's about it. You know what I'm saying? Jill got used in content and that's about it. And she's still sitting somewhere. Can I speak? Can I talk? I have reparations on my platform. Can I talk? Can I speak? Hey. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know. Right? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, you heard of the heart machine? I think it caused the hurricanes and the Haiti earthquake. They tried to tell us back in the early 90s on G.I. Joe, the Cobra Weather Dominator. Yeah, Destro had the Weather Dominator. But, there's an article in the Washington Post about this guy, and I believe his name is Alexis Augustus. He was a Navy Yard shooter, a mass shooter, a black man in Maryland, I believe. It was either Maryland or Virginia. Hold on. I believe, let me see. Hold on. Yeah. This dude name is Aaron Alexis. That's his name, Aaron Alexis. Now there was a article from the Washington Post. I'm gonna try to see if I can find it real quick. His name is Aaron Alexis. We talked about this before. Let me see. All right, yeah. So check this out, right? Let's see, hold on. See, I'm supposed to be done with this by now. Huh. This is looks like they updated some of these articles. Real quick, shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, so check this out. Navy Yard shooter Aaron Alexis driven by delusions, right? This dude, I don't know if these were necessarily delusions, right? The government contractor who deleted 12 people in the Washington Navy Yard last week, and now mind you, this was from September 25th of 2013. He was being driven by delusions and said that he was being controlled by low frequency radio waves. All right. Now, you know, people who know about these low frequency radio waves know that the low frequency radio waves are one of the methods that are used to quote unquote modify the weather. Right. The other is with chemicals, right? The chemical way of doing it is cloud seeding. Now, these people always write this, they write stuff on the gun. You know, it's real weird. See, he scratched the words "in the torment" on the barrel of the shotgun, the FBI said. All right. So I think it's this article here. See, another scratched message, my ELF, right? The ELF is electronic low frequency. And other evidence gathered from Alexis Electronics indicate that the former Navy reservist, thought he was being controlled by extremely low frequency electromagnetic waves, according to the FBI. The Navy has legitimately used such technology, the FBI said, but these radio waves have been at the center of conspiracy theories about government mind control. All right. That's like voice to skull communication. Okay. So if I'm not, now there's one of these articles from the Washington Post where they talk about the electronic low frequency with the quote unquote weather manipulation. All right. Now that's something different than HARP, because if I'm not mistaken, I think HARP uses radio waves. Low frequency waves are like X-ray, ultraviolet, you know what I'm saying, gamma. No. Low frequency is like microwave, infrared, radio wave. High frequency is X-ray, gamma, ultraviolet. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Now, there was a report that got released. It was declassified by the CIA. And this report that they released that was declassified by the CIA discussed the extremely low frequency techniques in the weather manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Now, see, this article that I was going to do later, right? If I got time, you know what I'm saying? We're going to see, because y'all done made this a long stream. See, Blaze came out with an article talking about cloud seeding, the truth behind decades of weather modification exposed. Now, you guys know I did a video about this cloud seeding maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, right? You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that Blaze has started putting stuff behind a paywall. I didn't know that Blaze has started putting stuff behind the paywall. Apparently they did. So I'm going to just show y'all this real quick. All right. Give me 2 seconds. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, while I'm doing this, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. And if you haven't joined the Discord, or if you are not subscribed to my channel on Rumble, take a moment and do that real quick. Let me see. Hold on, man. All right, hold on. Here we go. I swear, sometimes one of these days, I'm gonna get a new computer. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Come on, man. All right, so I know I got a video about cloud seeding. Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, this is from March 26th of 2022. And then there's 2 clips up from April of 2022. All right, so I'm gonna just see. I'm gonna just show y'all this real quick. But yeah, but this, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this stuff is old news. Shout out to AW1. Yeah, make sure y'all hit that like. AW1 said it's all about that grift, bro. Facts. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, this is the old school stuff right here. Hold on. Let me see. And then I'm going to schedule another one, a part 2. And we'll go into this on part 2. All right. So make sure that you guys pay attention and watch for the premiere window. Make sure that you're subscribed to this channel. All right. And make sure that you guys come and check out the next. So now we are to the point. All right. We are to the point. We're going to be talking about weather. That's one of the things that we're going to be talking about on Black Light Revelations 4 is weather. Who wants to talk about weather? Weather is stupid. Weather is corny. Weather is clown shit. It's nerd shit. It's dork shit, right? Did you guys know that there's been a lot of significant weather changes? At least 40 tornadoes reported as a storm system moved through Texas and Louisiana. Oh, that sounds like what we dealing with right now, don't it? That sounds like what we dealing with right now, don't it? Listen, man, when I tell y'all that, like, I actually got the video, you know what I'm saying? Your boy talked about that a while ago. Yeah, I actually did. You know what I'm saying? I actually did. You know what I'm saying? So that's it, man. That's it. I'm probably going to go live a little bit later on. We're going to see. It's a lot of stuff I want to talk about, man. Like, y'all might get some super duper late night streams. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of, and this is important stuff that I actually really, really want to talk about. So I'm going to try to make it happen. All right. Yeah, the weather babble. Shout out to Carlton. Yeah, it was weather babble. Man, look, Carlton, shout out to DJ Elmo. You know what I'm saying? Carlton, Val, Carla, you know what I'm saying? U-Law, you know what I'm saying? I think Lloyd Sky 9 was around back then. AB was around back then. Cassie was around for show back then. You know what I'm saying? Shatera, you know. You know, bronze for sure. You know what I'm saying? Grind and motivate. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Them was the old days. You know what I'm saying? Them was the old days, bro. Yeah. Shout out to Yoshi Mori. Yoshi was there. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. That was back when Reacts was Blacklight Revelations 4. That was before we made Reacts. That was back. Remember Blacklight Revelations 4 was the Weather Channel where we was talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know who we be. You know what I'm saying? So, yo, I'm gonna shout out the stream sponsors, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9 for hitting the super chat again. Gotta hit him with the Myron Gaines. Again! Shout out to AB. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Val. I appreciate you, Val. Shout out to Carla. Definitely appreciate you, Carla. Shout out to Sybil. I appreciate you. Shout out to my man DSB. I appreciate you. Shout out to Miss Nisi. I appreciate you. Shout out to Val and Carla again and again. What did they say on the Wu-Tang album? Oh, shit, again and again. Again! Again! Hold on real quick. Shout out to Katsy. Shout out to my man Yoshi Mori. Shout out to Torian. Shout out to DSB. Again, gotta hit DSB with the again. Again! Shout out to Miss Nisi. Gotta hit Miss Nisi with the again. Again! Oh, man, that's hilarious. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Definitely appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. And shout out to my man, John Guillory. All right. I appreciate you guys. Make sure y'all stick around. Let the stream take you into the next scheduled content. Make sure y'all hit the like, drop a comment over there. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,